What the? Wait a minute. Hello? 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 Where am I? Help! Help me! Hello? Am I on the screen now? Okay. What the hell was that about? Hi. Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Wednesday night history lesson with your favorite teacher, Max Forge. Hi. Hi, I love you all. Hi. Say Alan thing. Thank you for the 1-bit cheer. I appreciate that very much. Hello to Amanogawa Haru. Hello to Jetpack. Hello to Sleepy. Hello to Gibbsy. And hello to Say Alan thing, too. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. If you're new to the channel, I see several first-time chatters. We, on Wednesday nights, go and do history lessons that I research. And we're going to be talking about a few of these things to kind of get you guys learned up on some stuff, some good stuff. I don't know why I'm so humongous. I think something happened in my display. It might be because I'm using a different monitor now. But either way. Hi, everybody. Hi, hi, hi. Hello. Max, go away, Max. Gibbsy, I literally did this PowerPoint to help you, by the way. Not cool. Not cool. Literally did this for you. Nice going, jerk. Anyways. So, today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be learning about Japan. Oh. VTuber talking about Japan. Oh, no way. VTuber talking about Japan. No way. No way. Oh my god. I can't believe this. We're going to be talking about specifically the Rise of the Samurai to the Fall of the Samurai. So I was going to just do the Meiji Restoration, and I thought to myself, I said, I love researching for 20,000 hours. So instead, how about I just put on my little research cap and I go and I research all night and get no sleep and go to work and then research some more after work and then do this. So that's what I'm going to do. If you guys don't mind, share this with your friends if they have any interest in learning about any of this stuff. As always, we're going to start off with a little bit of chatting. Then we're going to go right into a video about our subject. Then we will go into the PowerPoint to talk about each and every one of the events that happens between the rise and fall of samurai. So, I'm not going to get super... Well, I say I'm not going to get super in-depth, but there's a lot of slides. So, we'll see what happens. Ow. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gibbsy. You learn researching for little old me. Well, I have to make sure that your grades are up and that you're actually studying something while you're on the computer. So, you know, there's that. But anyways, yeah, that's what we're going to be learning about today. So, how's everybody doing? We all had a good Wednesday, I hope. Hump day. Halfway through the week now, you know. We're slowly approaching the weekend. Thank God. I hate working. One of my least favorite things. Also, guys, we're only 10 followers away from 100. You know what that means? Another stream where I hurt myself for 12 hours straight by staying up. I love it. I love ruining my sleep schedule. It's great. Anyways. I can take a break from Minecraft for this, I guess. Yeah, you probably should do that. Minecraft is a lot less learning that you're really keen on needing right now. Anyways. So, oh, I did want to touch on something. So, we had a question in the Discord the other day, and I really enjoy that people are actually posting in the Discord. Hi, Yusuke. Welcome in. Welcome in. I enjoyed whenever people actually get into the Discord and actually use it. So, if you guys want it, I can post it. But we had a question in the history chat that was from Mr. Rio, which I think is Sasa. And Sasa asked, so recently I was trying to see who is the best commander in known history. And after a lot of research, it came down to 2 individuals. Number 1, Khalid al-Bin Walid, who is one of the strongest Arab generals throughout history. And the second one is Napoleon Bonaparte. former emperor of the French Empire. Well, the first French Empire. And he says, I wanted to borrow your knowledge on who is greater. And he said, I am biased. I like Khalid more. And I said, okay. So I did a lot of research. I did a lot of research. It took me 5 days to answer this guy back. So let me see if I can actually. Let me see if this works. Is this working? All right. So. All right, hang on 1 second. Let me just make sure I got this here. I'm gonna close all these down so no one can see all my hundreds of hentai posters. Okay, so essentially I wrote this entire thing out for this guy. So if you guys want to read it, you can. It's essentially a breakdown of who I think the top 5 generals are in history, pre-1900s, because I think pre and post 1900s fighting is a wee bit different. And so is conquering land, because there's not really like kingdoms or anything like that after like World War One. So I just said 1900 to kind of cut it off. But my top 5 were Alexander the Great, Napoleon, Julius Caesar, Frederick the Great, and Genghis Khan, in that order. And I gave reasons as to why I think all of these are. If you guys want to, after our PowerPoint, if you guys want to learn some more, I could go through and kind of break this down. But I just wanted to touch on that because it was something that somebody in the chat actually asked me last week. So shout out to Sasa for asking questions. If you guys have any questions about my thoughts on certain historical subjects or anything, that's what the history chat and the history debates section of the Discord is, right here, right there. You join. Oh, you don't have this. That's me. You join right here, and you go in the general chat and you say hi, and you come right down here and you ask me a question, if you want. Only if you want to. I'm not forcing you to. It would make me really happy though. Anyways. Is my stuff off the screen? Okay, I think I'm good. Dude, okay, streaming with a new monitor was a horrible idea. I just complained to you in whispers about my classes. Yeah, I know. I get them every week. Like clockwork. I'm very excited about them every week, I promise. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, tee hee hee. God, I'm gonna put the dunce cap on you back. Oh, dude, I'm gonna put the dunce cap back on you so bad, dude. Oh my god. Anyways, let us see what time it is. Looks like we are at the 15-minute mark. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I am going to plop up our video and get us started on here. So, 1 second here. Let me switch over. We got to go to our classroom. All right, here we are. We're in the classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in to the class. If it's your first time here, please pick a seat out. Don't sit in the back, closer to the boards where you learn better. By the way, we have a ad break coming in about 45 seconds or so just FYI. So yeah, let me get this one started. It's been a second since I've done this, and by a second I mean it's literally been a single week, and I forgot. So there's 2 videos I wanted to show you guys today. First one is a very well-known video that is very funny, and then the second one will be the actual breakdown of the video. But I'm gonna wait for the I think the ad break to start, or stop rather. So give us like 2 minutes or so. Anyways, Gibbsy, how are your classes going? Actually, that's a good thing to talk about in the meanwhile. Are you actually learning? Are you learning things in class now? Is your teacher giving you better PowerPoints after you made fun of them? Did you roast him? Not really? Kinda not really? That sucks, dude. I'm so sorry to hear that. After reading back through his stuff, I understand why he did it the way he does. He kind of does like me, where like if I'm presenting and somebody's listening to me, I actually just make it so that I'm presenting it more. But for the sake of like what you're doing, I don't think it really makes much sense to do that for students, especially if they're taking home the actual questions and stuff like that. He hasn't published like the new ones yet. I see. Okay. I asked you a question on email too about what you didn't understand. So if you could answer that now in the chat, that would be helpful for me to understand what you're having issues, I guess, learning about specifically. So that way I can kind of, point my stuff at certain things. And I just realized I don't even have water. But he sucks at explaining. I see. Yeah, that seems to be how most teachers do nowadays. So, not surprised by that. I'll just say that. I'm not surprised that that's the way that he does it. But anyways. Are ad breaks over yet? I can't tell. I don't think I have anybody else in chat that doesn't have a subscription. Which sucks. That sucks. Anyways. I'm gonna say in 10 seconds we're gonna start the video, so let's just go with that. Alright, I'm gonna stop this music too. Alright. Let's go to the video player. And let's start it up. Boom. Wait a minute.
Japan is an island by the sea filled with volcanoes and it's beautiful. In the year -1 billion, Japan might not have been here. In the year -40,000, it was here, and you could walk to it, and some people walked to it. Then it got warmer, some icebergs melted, it became an island, and now there's lots of trees, because it's warmer. So now there's people on the island, they're basically sort of hanging out in between the mountains, eating nuts off trees, and using the latest technology, like stones and bowls. Ding dong, it's the outside world, and they have technology from the future, like really good metal and crazy rice farms. Now you can make a lot of rice really, really quickly. That means if you own the farm, you own a lot of food, which is something everybody needs to survive. So that makes you king. Rice farming and rice kingdoms spread across the land, all the way to here. The most important kingdoms were here, 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 and here. But this one was the most important, ruled by a heavenly superperson, or emperor for short. Knock knock, get the door, it's religion. The new prince wants everyone to try this hot new religion from bsky. Please try this religion, he said. No, said everybody. Try it, he said. No, said everybody again, quieter this time. And so the religion was put into place, and all the rules that came with it. Then the government was taken over by another clique, and they made some reforms, like making the government govern more, and making the government more like China's government, which is a government that governs more. Hi, China, they said. Hi, dipshit, said China. Can you call us something else other than dipshit, said Japan. Like what, said China. How about Sunrise Land, said Japan. And they stole China's alphabet and wrote a book about themselves. And then they made lots of poetry and art and another book about themselves. Then they stopped moving the capital every time the emperor died and kept it in one place for a while, right here. And they conquered the north finally. Get that squared away. A rich hipster named Kukai is bored with modern Buddhism, visits China, and learns a better version, which is more spiritual. Comes back, reinvents the alphabet, and causes art and literature to be great for a long time. And the royal palace turned into such a dream world of art that they really didn't give a shit about running the country. So if you live outside the palace, how are you supposed to protect your shit from criminals? Hire a samurai. Everyone started hiring samurai. Rich, important people hired samurai. Poor people who could not afford to hire samurai did not hire samurai. The samurai became organized and powerful, more powerful than the government. So they made their own military government, here. They let the emperor still be emperor, but the shogun is actually in control. Breaking news, the Mongols have invaded China.
We've invaded China,
said the Mongols.
Please respect us, or else we might invade you as well.
Okay, said Japan. So the Mongols came over, ready for war, and died in a tornado. But they tried again, and had a nice time fighting with the Japanese, but then died in a tornado. Then the emperor overthrows the shogunate. Then the shogunate overthrows him back and moves to Kyoto and makes a new shogunate. And the emperor can still dress like an emperor if he wants, that's fine. Now there's more art. Like painting with less colors, collaborative poetry, plays, monkey fun, tea parties, gardening, architecture, flowers. It's time for who's going to be the next shogun. Usually it's the shogun's kid, but the shogun doesn't have a kid. So he tries to get his brother to quit being a monk and be the next shogun. He says okay, but then the shogun has a kid. So now who's it gonna be? Vote now on your phones. And everyone voted so hard that the palace caught on fire and burned down. The shogun actually didn't care. He was off somewhere doing poetry. And the whole country broke into pieces. Everyone is fighting with each other for local power, and it's anybody's game. Knock knock, it's Europe. No, they're not here to take over. They just want to sell some shit, like clocks, and guns, and Jesus. So that's cool, but everyone's still fighting each other for control, now with guns. And wouldn't it be nice to control the capital, which right now is puppets, with no one controlling them? This clan is ready to make a run for it, but first they have to trample this smaller clan, which is in the way. Surprise, the smaller clan wins, and the leader of that clan steals the idea of invading the capital and invades the capital, and it goes very well. He's about halfway through conquering Japan when someone who works for him kills him, and then someone else who works for him kills them, and that guy finishes conquering Japan. And then he confiscated everybody's swords, and made some rules. And now I'm going to invade Korea, and then hopefully China, he said, and failed, and also died. But before he died, he told these 5 guys to take care of his 5-year-old son until he's old enough to be the next ruler of Japan. And the 5 guys said, yeah, right, it's not going to be this kid, it's going to be one of us, because we're grown-ups. And it's probably going to be this guy, who happens to be way more rich and powerful than the others. A lot of people support him, but a lot of people support not supporting him. They have a fight, and he wins, and starts a new government, right here. And he still lets the emperor dress like an emperor, and have very nice things. But don't get confused, this is the new government, and they are very strict. So strict they close the country. No one can leave, and no one can come in. Except for the Dutch, if they want to buy and sell shit, but they have to do it right here. Now that the entire country was not at war with itself, the population increased a lot. Business increased, schools were built, roads were built, everyone learned to read, books were published, there was poetry, plays, sexy times, puppet shows, and Dutch studies. People started to study European science from books they bought from the Dutch. We're talking geography, skeletons, physics, chemistry, astronomy, and maybe even electricity. Over time, the economic and cultural prosperity began to gradually slow down. Knock knock. It's the United States, with huge boats, with guns. Gunboats. Open the country. Stop having it be closed, said the United States. There was really nothing they could do, so they signed a contract that lets the United States, Britain, and Russia visit Japan anytime they want. Choshu and Satsuma hated this. That sucks, they said. This sucks. And with almost very little outside help, they overthrew the shogunate and somehow made the emperor again and moved him to Edo, which they renamed Eastern Capital. They made a new government, which was a lot more Western. They made a new constitution that was pretty Western, and a military that was pretty Western. And do you know what else is Western? That's right, it's conquering stuff. So what can we conquer? Korea. They conquer Korea, taking it from its previous owner, China, and then go a little bit further. And Russia rushes in out of nowhere and says, stop, no, you can't take that. We were going to build a railroad through here to try to get some warm water. And Russia builds their railroad, supervised by a shit ton of soldiers. And then when the railroad was done, they downgraded to a fuck ton. Did I say downgrade? I meant upgrade. And Japan says, can you maybe chill? And Russia says, how about maybe you chill? Japan is kind of scared of Russia. You'll never guess who's also kind of scared of Russia. Great Britain. So Japan and Great Britain make an alliance together so they can be a little less scared of Russia. Feeling confident, Japan goes to war against Russia, just for a moment, and then they both get tired and stop. It's time.
Bruh.
Hi, Mickey. Are you
Get the hell out of here, man.
The world is about to have a war, because it's the 1900s and weapons are getting crazy, and all these...
That's all we're gonna watch for this one. Okay. The one that we're actually gonna watch is this one right here. So here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna watch this. I'm gonna go run and get some water. Actually, yeah, I think that's right.
Beauty and harmony, governed by one eternal law. All that begins must end. The reign of the shogunate is over! Sorry, I always wanted to do that.
Shogun 2 reference. Total War Shogun 2 reference. Also, is that too loud, by the way? I feel like it might be a little bit too loud.
Hello and welcome to Feature History, featuring the Meiji Restoration, or more accurately, Meiji's Cabinet's Restoration.
Okay.
The boy was still trying to figure out why he got weird feelings about girls. But let's not digress. Let's talk about the Revolution, the Reformation, the Restoration, the other cool words that start with Ari, that completely changed the history of Japan. The boy emperor that removed even the concept of a shogunate. But what is a shogunate? Let's go back to Japan's early history when it was ruled by an emperor. Like any feudal society, under him were the nobility, the landowners, and some of these landowners like to fight wars. the samurai. Near the end of the first millennia, the samurai were in high demand and so became organized. They got into a spat with the imperial court in the Genpei War and defeated the emperor, establishing the first ever shogunate. The emperor became a figurehead. True power went to the shogun, or military leader, and now also those noble warriors, the samurai, were far more prestigious than the aristocrats. So, on top in this new hierarchy we have the shogun, the greatest of the warlords, daimyos. These daimyos held lands, and under them were the samurai that served them. Then under the samurai we have farmers, then artisans, and then merchants. The daimyo would tear apart the shogunate in the most infamous era of Japanese history, the Sengoku Jidai. For over a century, from 1467 to 1603, every daimyo sought to seize position as shogun, and so many wars were waged and many battles fought, and here the samurai were in their element. During this very era, Japan made contact with the Europeans, or as they labelled them, Nanban. The merchants and missionaries of the Nanban spread Christianity and, more importantly, early-age matchlock firearms that began to change the way Japan thought of war. The Age of the Warring States came to an end when Tokugawa Ieyasu was able to restore peace in 1603, and established, with the emperor's permission, the Tokugawa shogunate. If you want to learn more about this little old fella, you can check out Jack Rackham's channel for the life of Tokugawa Ieyasu. Or look at another video of his, it's a free world, you can do whatever. Ieyasu chose to distance the country from Europeans, fearing them as a destabilizing force. When his eldest came to power, Tokugawa Iemitsu, in 1623, he reigned with an iron fist. Christian converts were persecuted, every person was trapped into the class structure, and he had no tolerance for foreigners. In 1637, Christians and farmers revolted, and Iemitsu forced the Dutch to crush the revolt. For the Dutch's service, they were allowed special privileges to trade, as now Iemitsu had the excuse to expel all foreign vessels from his shores. The Tokugawa dynasty's methods of isolation and class restriction worked to achieve peace and stability across the country, but at a cost. The strict rules of life meant the samurai were limited to being warriors without a war. The bottom of society, the merchants, found prosperity in peacetime. Soon out-earning the samurai meant to be above them, and this prosperity? Well, it was mainly found only in the city of Edo. The Tokugawa's pet project. Outside the city, the peasantry still felt the hard life, exacerbated by the strict taxes and restrictions on their class. Tensions still sat between the shogun and the daimyo beneath him too. This period, known as the Edo period, saw 200 years of peace, and 200 years of tension build up to a country ready to explode. In the early 18th century, the restrictions on Dutch books were lifted, and soon enough this gave way to Rangaku, Dutch studies. The books fascinated Japanese intellectuals who became obsessed with the West's exploration of medicine, chemistry, astronomy, and more. The shogun attempted to fight the research of these barbarian studies. In 1825, the edict to repel foreign vessels would be implemented, and led to many incidents of foreign vessels being repelled. Who would have thought? In 1837, they fired upon an unarmed US merchant ship. The backlash from this and the news of China's humbling before the West led to the shogun repealing this edict in 1842. Western influence into Japan could no longer be ignored. The only question now was, could it be fought? The US had reaped rewards from the Opium War with China, yet they still required more to fuel their mass industrialization at home. The rich coal deposits in Wales of Japan caught their attention. In 1853, the port of Edo, forbidden to any foreigner, would be encroached upon by 4 giant steamships armed with many cannons and even more crewmen. Under the command of Commodore Matthew Perry, he dismissed the demands that he leave and was very adamant that he speak with the shogun, Tokugawa Ieyasu. He gave the shogun his ultimatum to open the country, or the ships would no longer be for show. He'd come back next year to hear their answer. With some more ships, of course. The Japanese could not defeat the US. The isolation had left them frozen in time. No rifles, no seafaring navy, and certainly no industry. And so Ieyasu had 2 choices, to open the country or to repel the barbarians. To shame himself or to die. He would decide to open the country, signing several unequal treaties with not only the US, but the UK, Russia, France. The daimyo with...
Okay, so I'm going to touch on this real quick, because this is what's weird to me. So, if you guys don't know about this, obviously you don't, because you're probably learning about this for the first time. Ieyasu actually doesn't sign any of those. Ieyasu is like a completely different... What the hell is going on? So weird. Dude, why is it... Hang on a second. What the fuck? So weird, dude. Anyways. Iamochi doesn't actually sign any of these. Iamochi is not even in power whenever Matthew Perry comes over and whenever they sign all these treaties. Iamochi signs later treaties with the French, British, and Russians, but I don't even think he signs any of those either, because I think they're like a year or two after the U.S.'s. So I think the only one he actually signs is, I think, the Harris Treaty, which is like the re-up of like the original American Japanese treaty. So I don't know why, for some reason, he just like covered this and just was like, no, this is right. It's not right. It's completely wrong.
To shame himself or to die. He would decide to open the country, signing several unequal treaties with not only the US, but the UK, Russia, France. The daimyo were very displeased. Those that had been skeptical of the Tokugawa before now saw weakness in Iamochi. Iamochi opened institutes to study barbarian technology, and Western cultures became trendy in Edo, but those in the south became restless. The Shishi, samurai of the Satsuma and Choshu domains, saw Japan as sacred, and these treaties as infringing on that. They loathed Iamochi for permitting this without the emperor's consent, and began the movement of Sonne Joy, revere the emperor, expel the barbarians. Emperor Komei agreed with the sentiment, and broke imperial tradition by taking an active part in politics. In 1863 he ordered to expel the barbarians. The shogun would not enforce this, however. The Shishi began a series of assassinations on important westerners in the country and also fired on foreign vessels from the coast. The West responded with bombardments on the Shishi's homes, and in 1864, when the Shishi attempted to seize Kyoto, the seat of the imperial court, to secure the emperor's allegiance, they were repelled by the shogun's newly formed police force. Iamochi, without a single battle, took control of Choshu from its renegade daimyo to attempt to quell the Shishi. The instability had become clear though, and other daimyo began to ignore the shogun's command. The Shishi learned from their mistakes and deemed they must learn the ways of the Westerners. The phrase Japanese spirit, Western technology became widely taught amongst their ranks. Sir Harry Parkes, ambassador to the UK, was in contact with Saigo Takamori of Satsuma on how British arms and tactics could be used in the rebellion against the shogun. They retook Choshu and used their newfound methods to drive the shogun away in 1866. Also in that year, Iamochi died, and Yoshinobu took over, and the next year the young Emperor Meiji succeeded his father. The shogun leadership spelled doom for any...
I don't think that's right. Yeah, I think there's like another Tokugawa in between those, or two, maybe one or two different ones. But I don't think it goes Iamochi to. Was it Iamochi? Iayochi? How do you pronounce it?
Next year, the young Emperor Meiji succeeded. Iamochi died,
Yeah,
and
Iamochi.
Yoshinobu.
Iamochi and it does not go. I don't think it goes Iamochi to Yoshinobu. I think it goes Iamochi to another EA name, and then to Yoshinobu. But we'll get into that later on. But it's nice to pick out this guy.
Took over, and the next year the young Emperor Meiji succeeded his father. The shogun leadership spelled doom for any de-escalation. Satsuma and Choshu formed a secret alliance, the Sacho Alliance. When Yoshinobu learned of this, he hired French advisors to begin modernizing his forces. The Sacho Alliance deemed that in Meiji's name they must slaughter the traitorous subject, Yoshinobu. Yoshinobu decided he could compromise, resigning as shogun and serving under the emperor as head of a council. The Satsuma and Choshu remained unsatisfied, and so their elements in the imperial court pressured the 15-year-old Meiji to declare a full restoration of imperial powers in 1868. Yoshinobu was outraged and called upon his loyal daimyos to retake Kyoto. The confusion was now clear. It was war.
YouTube Premium is
Good
ad-free YouTube.
Nice.
And
No free advertisement. Fuck you.
The Sacho Alliance, representing the imperial court and with the support of the UK, would have to topple the centuries-old Tokugawa shogunate, who still held the support of many loyal daimyo and the French. They first clashed outside Kyoto in January 1868, and the imperial forces, despite being outnumbered, were fully modernized, unlike the shogun. They pushed back the shogun and forced his retreat to Edo as they set about securing all lands west of Kyoto. Parkes made sure no Europeans intervened, as he knew the imperial forces could win this. Saigo Takamori by May had already forced the surrender of both Edo and the shogun. Most daimyos now submitted to the emperor, but those in the north were inflexible. They formed the Northern Alliance and set about equipping themselves.
God.
They weren't
Hey.
able to finish this before being...
Hey, you. Hey, Mr. Frick Hackers, thank you very much for the subscription, my guy. Thank you very much. I can't believe you subscribed for 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Being defeated in October. By the close of 1868, the imperial court transferred to Edo, or by its new name, Tokyo. The Empire of Japan was born. Any remnants of resistance now organized themselves in the very north of Japan on the island of Hokkaido. They called themselves the Republic of Azo. They were defeated in 1869. With the war over, Tokugawa lands were seized and all daimyos convinced to return their lands to the emperor, creating, for the first time in history, a centralized Japan. Considering the emperor was a boy, true power rested in the hands of Meiji cabinet, a group of young samurai bureaucrats who sought to modernize, unify, and strengthen the country. The country was in hysteria, as the world they knew was gone. From top down, ideas like public education, social mobility, and a conscript army were thrust upon them, and vastly unpopular. These men were attempting to achieve in decades what took the West centuries. The conscript army also made the samurai obsolete, and suddenly their privileges were stripped from them as the cabinet attempted to create a country based on nationalistic pride.
Aki, hello, welcome in. Thank you for following the channel. We are launching a video by Mr. Feature History about the Meiji Restoration, so welcome in. I hope you're enjoying it so far.
Not a feudal hierarchy. There was much upset about this. Saigo Takamori proposed that the samurai could be reassigned, their skills employed in an invasion of Korea. When overruled and the samurai class threatened with utter destruction, he left the government. Many of those that had fought for the emperor felt betrayed. This was no longer Japanese spirit, Western technology. This was Western spirit, Western technology. Saigo's message to save the samurai became very popular in his home of Satsuma. Assassins sent by the Meiji government were discovered and a rebellion was deemed necessary to protect Saigo. Saigo himself prepared an army to march to Tokyo and demand answers from the government in February 1877. They met the obstacle of the resistant Kumamoto castle and were made to lay siege. Eventually they would be pushed back by the new pride of the Meiji government, the conscript army. He'd make his last stand against the government at the Battle of Shirayama. On September 24th, outnumbered 60-1, Saigo attempted to fight back the full frontal assault of the Imperial Army.
So fun fact, if you've ever seen the movie The Last Samurai, that battle that they're talking about right there is the final battle of The Last Samurai, which we will be watching today on the PowerPoint, because I love that movie, and it's a very, very good representation of what happened to the samurai at this battle. It's actually insane. Well, obviously, some of the fighting is like lets the samurai get a few licks in, so to speak. But the actual, like, you'll see whenever we watch it. You'll see. I don't want to spoil it because it's actually kind of like horrendous what happens, but it's something you should definitely be watching. It's very interesting to see.
When only 40 of his men remained and he badly wounded, he committed honorable seppuku, as his samurai made their final charge against the enemy. Saigo had been defeated in every battle of the war, but his last stand for the samurai spoke volumes to the imperial court. He was recognized as a tragic hero and posthumously pardoned by Meiji in 1889. Japan in this era had modernized and stood triumphant against Western intrusion, unlike their counterpart in China. However, this required much sacrifice from them. Their society was completely changed, almost unrecognizable. To honor those that could not make the transition, they brought in elements of Bushido, the samurai's code, into their new life. The powerful and forward-thinking empire created in the Restoration would continue to achieve great feats, humbling European powers such as Russia and Germany, and conquering lands such as Korea, Manchuria, and many parts of China. It would, however, meet its bloody end in the Second World War, and the role of the emperor would retreat to that of a figurehead. Meiji himself had died in 1912, and frankly, much of the credit for the Reformation lay with his cabinet acting in his name. But poo-poo for them. Meiji's cabinet's restoration is a shit name. Japan's position in the modern day as a leader in tech, industry, and Pacific politics was all made possible in the Restoration that industrialized and reformed the nation. But it also paved the way for anime.
No,
so
fuck
clearly
off. Fuck you. Fuck that guy. I hate this guy's videos now. No, I'm joking. He makes really great videos, actually. If you've never watched Feature History, he has really good videos. Although, obviously, I need to go back and rewatch some of them because I didn't realize he had some incorrect things in there. Alright, so let me pull myself back up here. Where am I at? Up to the left. How about now? Perfect! Okay. Paved the way for anime. Yeah, based. It did actually. It's actually one of the points that I'm going to be bringing up in my PowerPoint in just a moment. Okay, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take like a 5-10 minute break real quick. I just need to go grab a water and also use the bathroom real quick. So I'm going to leave some music on for you guys. I'm going to put a timer on my watch, and I'll be back in no more than 10 minutes, I promise. Okay, all right, BRB.
Well, that's what everyone seems to think. That's secretly, eh? I wake up to the cold, but my really got get on now. It's time I open up my eyes and start the day. I come back to the norm until every fear is gone. Yeah, a clumsy trick until I fell into my bed. With my magical wand, and that's the elevator ringtone. I shout a magic word and they flower and blaze. My favorite because there's no worries and this stuff. For hours that I cherish as luck. Man starts night, we are here for the fight. Whether you take a stand or fight, can stop your tears and make them try. Keep my And now, it's time for that moment you've been waiting for. 1, 2, 3, ready? Miku Miku keep going. On my own, without anyone to know how many jobs, not no rainbows. But when I think about your smile, I'm out magically like the sensible girl. If you need me to care, come on and call out my name. When you find me still is going to espera. I won't call it, but you don't think I'm not right. Yeah, silence is the night, but I'm wide awake. All alone is so hard for me to get through the rain. Your smile is enough to make me awake. So I stand tall and brave. 'Cause I'm not afraid anything. Take your rest away. Chin up, listen up, I'll fight until the end.
Top of the morning to you, teacher.
As long as you can stay happy and okay. I'm not gonna bend back. I can be a cure for peace in your heart every day. As I'm not killing you every day. Your smile is enough to cure all my fears. So I'm a cute Band-Aid. If you're feeling pain, call my name. I'll be by your side. See your eyes, see your smile, repeat break again. Miku Miku Miku.
That was 10 minutes. That was 10 minutes, I promise. That definitely wasn't over. Cough, cough, cough. Hi, everybody. Okay. Here's what I'm doing. Popping this stuff up real quick. For our chatters, we are going to pull up the PowerPoint real quick. Hang on one second. I just need to make sure everything's on here. We got our stuff here. One second. I need some sources for everything. Gotta grab my sources. That was the one thing I forgot to do. Hi, Twilight Wyvern. Welcome in. I don't think I know you. You're new. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome to the maxforgevt channel. We are covering today the rise and fall of the samurai. I am terrible at doing things before stream, obviously. So I am fixing up something last second. Bruh. What the fuck? Reese just sent me the weirdest message. Anyways. Hi, Ghost Mixa. Ghost M1Xa? Ghost Mixa. I'm gonna guess Ghost Mixa. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. So, there's one last thing I need to do real quick. I just need to put my sources into here, and then we can get started. Hey, boo, boo, it's fake, boo. Oh, bro, I'm gonna give you a free view. Yeah.
Top of the morning to you,
I'm
teacher.
gonna give you a free view right out of this damn chat, bro. Get the hell out of here. Banned. Boom. Killed the bot. Excellent. I'm a shooter. Straight killer. Am I right, frick hackers? Am I right? This guy knows. This guy knows. Okay. I need to grab these sources real quick. Oh, I gotta put them off of my Word document. Oh my god, no! Okay. I'm a professional, guys. I promise. I promise I'm supposed to be doing this stuff earlier than I needed to be. Okay. Alright. There's my stuff. Alrighty. Let's put that... Oh my god! It didn't work! It didn't work at all! Okay. There we go. Got it. I did it. Ah, sweet. Okay. Let's see. Make sure everything else here is okay. And then we will get started. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Oh. All right, let's pull this up, y'all. And we will open slideshow from beginning. Boom. Let's pull this down. Let's turn on our slideshow. That's not the slideshow. That's the slideshow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I want everybody to get their notepads out. We are going to be taking notes. I will be quizzing you at the end of this. So you better bring your A game, my students. I hope you all are excited. Hi, Ella. I didn't even see you. Hi, 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 hi. 我很喜欢有冰淇淋. I didn't even say that right. Anyways. Okay. So, what do you, audience member, what do you know about Japan? Here are some things that you probably already know. Oh, okay. Hello? Okay. Samurai. Obviously. We got The Last Samurai. We got, I think his name's Akira Tozawa, is the famous director that covered Samurai. Boop. Hang on 1 second. I just need to fix this screen real quick. And boom. Okay. Much better. So, we you know Samurai. We know them. We love them. What the fuck is happening over here? Oh my god. I hate new monitors. It's great. It's great. I'm having a great time. Anyways, all right. So we know Samurai, right? Obviously. Everybody has to know Samurai. Okay. We love Akira Tozawa. We know ninjas. Ninjas of all kinds. Specifically the assassination kind, the ninja running kind, and Ninja Tyler Blevins. We all love ninjas, right? All right, what else do we know? What else do we know about Japan, ladies and gentlemen? What else do we know about Japan? We know about the unique nature of Japan. We know about Fujisan, Fujisama. We know about, oh my god, Sakura cherry blossoms. We know about the monkeys in the hot springs up north. We know about the beautiful coastlines with the jagged rocks jutting out of them and the pristine water. We know about the rice fields above the giant valleys. It's a very interesting place, okay? But what do we know about modern Japan? Well, I'll tell you what I know the best about. Anime. I love anime. We love anime. Naruto, Luffy, Goku, Anya. We love them all. We love anime, don't we, folks? We love anime. All right, so what else do we know about modern Japan, though? Video games. We love to game here. Gaming, anime. Right up our alleys, I think, for most of the people watching. I hope so, at least. You might have come to the wrong channel if you're not into either of those. What else? Hatsune motherfucking Miku. Of course. Of course it's Hatsune Miku. And if you don't like Hatsune Miku, you're wrong. We love Miku in all of her forms. Chibi Miku, live action Miku, 2D Miku, Brazilian Miku. We love Miku, don't we, folks? I'm not going to play the entirety of the world is mine. I promise. Alright. So what if I told you, though, that we could have possibly lived in a world with no anime, no video games, and no Miku? What if I told you that, guys? A day without gaming is like, just kidding, I have no idea. That shirt, so true. So true, shirt. A world without me is gonna burn down. You're absolutely right, Miku. I love you. I love you, Miku. Anyways, so, one event in history changed that forever. And it saved us all from a Miku-less future. Okay? Would you like to get started, class? Do we want to learn more? Do we want to click the button? Do we want to click on this button and get started? I need something in the chat. I need to hear back from somebody over here. Somebody's got to answer me. Because if not, shutting the whole thing down. Huh? Okay. Gibbsy said huh. So let's go. All right. From samurai to statesman. The evolution of Japan. Or the evolution of power in Japan. By me. I did this. I did the research. I did everything. Yippee! 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 Okay. Let me pull up my notes real quick. Sorry. Pardon me. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Oopsies. 1 second. Sorry. I have lots of notes. Pardon me. Sorry. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Scroll to the top. And I'm scrolling up top. And I'm scrolling, and I'm scrolling, and I'm scrolling some more. I have a lot of notes, because there's a lot of info. Okay, so let's get started, class. Shall we? Shall we? Shall we? Whoop. So, here's a brief history of early Japan. We have the rise of the samurai in the 11th century. All right, so Japan saw this mass hiring of samurai by landowners. The samurai were hired as private security forces to protect the lands and the property during a time of incredible instability in Japan. These warriors gained lots of influence, and they quickly became the most powerful group in Japan, I would argue. And they were way more than hired muscles. They were intelligent people, very smart tacticians. And then the smartest and the most powerful of these tacticians, who then started owning land, became what we call daimyos. Daimyos are a step above samurai. They're essentially the ones who pay the samurai outright. And then a group of daimyos answers to the shogun. The shogun would be the head top of the actual like power chart. I know this pyramid is kind of weird, right? Because the emperor's up here. The emperor is just a figurehead. Same with the court nobility. They don't really do anything through the entire history of Japan until the Meiji Restoration. That's gonna be important. So you got shogun here, daimyo here, samurai here. Then you have peasants, your craftsmen, and your merchants. Merchants are at the bottom. Okay, so let's see. We got the Genpei War in 1180 to 1185 AD. So you might be asking yourself, what is the Genpei War? Okay, so this establishes the first shogunate in Japan. It is the Taira clan versus the Minamoto clan. And they are essentially fighting for control over all of Japan. They're the two largest clans, like factions in the country, and they really don't like each other. They fight a 5-year-long nasty battle, and it ends up that the Minamoto end up winning. The emperor still keeps his power, well, not his power, his position as emperor, but they submit a shogun for the first time. Establish the shogunate, and that becomes the actual head, the man with all the power at the top of the hierarchy. Minamoto Yoritomo is the first shogun. He established the military government in Kamakura, which is, I believe, I want to say Eastern Japan. I was supposed to have a map of it up here, but I forgot to add it. Anyways, so what you might be asking yourself, what's a shogunate, right? And I kind of answered it already, but I want to touch on it again. So shogunate's actually a military government. It's led by the shogun, obviously, and he is the most powerful military leader in all of Japan. He has either the most soldiers, or he's the smartest, and he's really good at warfare. He can fight really well, or he commands troops very well. So it's entirely based off of your power, how smart you are, how good you are at waging warfare, right? So, like I said, the emperor remains in the system, but the real power is with the shogun. So remember that. All power is with the shogun. So wherever the shogun goes, the power goes. All right, so shoguns, emperors, and civil wars. My, oh my. So, what do we have? So this is actually very interesting. From 1338, excuse me, from, not 1338, from 1192 to 1338, there's not much going on in Japan that's really needs to be talked about in terms of like really broad sweeping changes throughout the entirety of the country. They like conquer parts of the country that are like we know of Japan today. Like some of the north gets conquered a little bit, but not much else changes. So the Muromachi period, right? That is when the Ashikaga shogunate kind of shows up. Emperor Go-Daigo in 1333 essentially goes, you know what, I'm tired of not having any power, and I kind of want to get my power back because I kind of deserve it. I'm the emperor after all. That's a huge title, and I don't want some silly guy named the shogun having power. So he leads a revolt against the shogunate. and he regains control of Japan in 1333. The problem is, even though he overthrew the Minamoto clan, there is another clan that's even bigger and stronger and more dangerous now, and that's called the Ashikaga clan. The Ashikaga are huge. They are led by Ashikaga Takauji, who becomes the next shogun by capturing Kyoto from the emperor. Takauji, or excuse me, it's not Takauji, Takauji. Takauji crowns himself shogun in 1338 after capturing Kyoto in 1336, and essentially brings back the shogunate after their 5 years without it. So the Ashikaga shogunate fucking sucks. It sucks. It's horrible for everybody. Nobody likes it. And why is that? Well, so the Ashikaga shogunate's actually notorious because it is a very weak central control over Japan. There's a bunch of daimyos that are all fighting with each other. They don't have enough power to go around and stop all of these guys. So what ends up happening is they just say, hey, the shogun's in charge, kinda, but we actually have all the power because they can't stop all of us. So we're just going to keep fighting and gaining land amongst ourselves. And that is how things are going to be. But buddy boy, you can't stop us. So nana nana boo boo, stick your head in doo doo. Which then causes huge instability across the country. There's like bandits everywhere. There's not really much going on in terms of like protection. It's a bad time in Japan. It's very bad, very bleak. Lots of war. And obviously, as you probably well know, the whenever you have periods like this in history, it ends up leading to a large amount of instability. So that's where we get the Kyotoku incident, which is when there is a guy named Ashikaga Shiguiji who ends up assassinating a head of a or not a head of a family, but like one of the main guys in a family, which is called the Uesugi. And the Uesugi are friends with another clan called the Imagawa clan. Those guys are going to come up a lot later on. But the Uesugi clan essentially goes and fights the Ashikaga clan because one of their people kills theirs. So there's a huge civil war that happens, and we're going to talk about it in a second, called the Shingoku, or the Sengoku Jidai. This is what some people consider the start of it. It depends on who you ask, though. For the Uesugi and the Imagawa clans, and some of the other ones in the region that are lesser known clans, this is the start of it. But let's go into the next part. So here's some important people to know. We're talking about the Sengoku Jidai. So what is the Sengoku Jidai, you might be asking yourself. The Sengoku Jidai is also known as the Warring States period. This is a period of time where there's mass instability. Obviously, the Ashikaga shogunate is very, very weak. They're not really leading anything. Nothing's getting done. And it kicks off with the event that we just talked about. So you have people like the Oda clan and the Toyo, or yeah, that's right, yeah. You have the Oda clan, you have the Toyotomi clan, you have the Tokugawa clan, the Imagawa, the Uesugi, the Takeda, Shimatsus, the Chosokobe, lots and lots and lots and lots of very well-known and very large clans that are actually still around today, funnily enough. If you actually meet somebody in one of these, like if you actually go and research like Japan's history, there is a lot of carryover between leaders back then during the Sengoku Jidai and people who are actually very powerful in Japan today. My favorite one's going to come up later because it's really funny to see how history kind of influences people going forward. But so for these ones, the two most important people I would argue for this entire part of the Sengoku Jidai. So this is the early Sengoku Jidai, right? Nobunaga Oda, or Oda Nobunaga, whichever one you want to call him, is the guy. He is the most powerful daimyo. He is a brilliant general and tactician. He's known as the Demon King. He is actually considered the first great unifier of Japan because he conquered most of Japan before his death. He utilizes matchlock muskets, though, which isn't really seen widely in Japan at this time. There's a few clans that have matchlocks, but no one uses them as well as Mr. Oda Nobunaga does. Nobunaga utilizes them with cavalry and with these giant. So there's like these giant bamboo traps that he does that essentially lift up whenever cavalry comes towards him. So it essentially goes like so. Well, I guess I don't have a. Oh, here's a cursor. All right. So imagine this cursor, right? This right here is like a little bit of a group of matchlock infantrymen, right? Over here is the cavalry. The cavalry's charging at these guys, and then right in between them, there's this giant bamboo like structure that they create. And they lift it up at the last second, and it stops the infantry dead in their tracks, and it leaves them open for getting shot at by the matchlock infantry. And Oda Nobunaga is so good at this. He makes it a part of his strategy. He has about 500 to 1,000 matchlock infantrymen throughout his entirety of his campaign, and he becomes very proficient with them. Not as much as the Date do at the end of the war, but still. Oh, we got an ad break in progress. I'm going to wait for a second and let my class catch up. Bruh, that's a yap moment. That's a yap moment. Bruh. Make sure you get some water, guys. Get some water. We're going to be here for a while. Make sure you're taking notes, too. Or I'm going to be sad because I wasted a lot of time if you didn't take notes. Anyways. Oh, you don't have ads. Oh, well, lucky you. Yeah, notes. I said that, Gibbsy. Did you not hear? I said that at the start. Good job, Yap. You're great. You're a great guy, Yap. Oh, that's right, because you're one of my VIPs. I forgot. Duh. Oh, wait. No, you're not. Wait, that's Irella. Oh, God. Bruh. Oh, frack notes. Yeah, you don't have to. You do have to. You don't actually have to, but you do have to. If you know what I'm saying. If you're getting what I'm meaning. So, are we done? Yep, frack notes. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so 1573, he overthrows the Ashikaga shogunate, right? He absolutely demolishes them. He gets a lot of the other clans around him, like the obviously the video we watched earlier was hang on one second, guys. Sorry about that, guys. Dad came home. Anyways, so listening to me like I'm a podcast, bruh. We're learning. Anyways, thank you for the stretch of the water. Okay, so where were we at? Okay, so he overthrows the Ashikaga shogunate, right? And that kind of leaves a power vacuum that Oda takes and utilizes for himself. He becomes a even greater sized army. He's already defeated the Tokugawa. He's already defeated the Toyotomi clans. He has, I think he's defeated the Takeda by this point as well. And he's taken over a lot of these guys. So he ends up becoming like a de facto shogun, but not really. It's like a protector of the realm type situation where he's not actually crowned or like recognized as a shogun, but he is in charge of the country. And before he can fully unify the country, he ends up getting betrayed by one of his generals. The general's name is Akechi Mitsuhide, and Akechi is like one of his most trusted generals. This is like the equivalent of Benedict Arnold betraying America, except for he actually did something with it. So Akechi traps Nobunaga at like this tea ceremony at Honnoji Castle, and Honnoji Castle gets set on fire from the inside. And on the outside, the Akechi army surrounds Nobunaga, who does not have his army with him because he's at a tea ceremony, and they essentially just take him by surprise. He ends up having to surrender his troops, and he is forced to commit seppuku in 1582. So that is the end of our good pal Oda Nobunaga. Very sad way for him to end. He was a very good, very, very good military general. If he had actually finished conquering Japan, you probably would have seen him on a list of top 10 best military generals of all time. But nonetheless, we continue on. Next is Toyotomi Hideyoshi. So, after Nobunaga's death, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who is his like most loyal general, right? It's him, Akechi, and Ieyasu Tokugawa. Those are like the big three that you need to know for like Nobunaga's inner circle. They end up, he ends up taking over his position as the de facto leader of Japan, and he's known as the second great unifier of Japan for this reason. There's three of them, and I'll give you a hint as to who it's not. He ends up fighting the Akechi clan and defeats them after they had tried to coup d'etat the rest of the Nobunaga Oda army. So Toyotomi's actually fighting another group up north, and then he makes a peace deal with them real quick, turns around, goes and fights Akechi, and he ends up defeating the Akechi very quickly, and Akechi Mitsuhide ends up getting killed by like some bandit in a battle later on, which is ironic considering his aspirations for what he wanted to become. So under Toyotomi leadership, he ends up declaring this thing or decreeing a law called Sobujirai. And Sobujirai is issued in 1587, and it's essentially it disarmed the peasantry and ensured that only samurai can carry weapons inside of cities or on certain major roads. It also prevents people from declaring war on each other. So if you are one of these smaller clans, you're no longer allowed to declare war on another clan, even if you want to, because the Toyotomi will declare war on you to prevent it, because they are big. This is the remnants of the Oda army, essentially, all have come and become a part of the Toyotomi army now. So Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi played extremely critical roles in like shaping this part of Japan's history. After the Sobujirai, that is like essentially the end of fighting as we know it. Most of the other ones are like smaller skirmishes or big battles that are after people die, which we'll touch on in just a second. So Hideyoshi ends up dying of like some type of cancer or something, and he forms this council of 5 regents to protect his son. And his son is like 5 years old, I think, at this point. So he gets 5 regents, and one of them's Ieyasu Tokugawa, and the other 4 don't really matter because they don't really do anything. But that's important to note for our next guy that we're going to talk about. Also, this is Hideyoshi Toyotomi right up here. This is Oda Nobunaga. These are the actual artistic renditions. These two are from Samurai Warriors. This is Oda Nobunaga, and this is Toyotomi Hideyoshi. So, next, furthering our important people of the Sengoku Jidai, we have Tokugawa Ieyasu, 1543 to 1616. He is the first shogun of the Tokugawa shogunate. He is also the 3rd great unifier of Japan. So, what do we need to know about Ieyasu Tokugawa? Well, before becoming shogun, he, as I said, was on the Council of 5 Elders. He is it's a group of daimyos that are essentially appointed to rule over the country until Hideyoshi Toyotomi's son grows up and becomes the next leader. Well, they all said, fuck that, I don't like this guy. 2 of them are Christians. The other 3, 2 of them are Christian, 2 of them don't like Ieyasu Tokugawa, and the other one is Ieyasu Tokugawa. So he ends up splitting off from them and kind of goes and assembles this humongous army and gets all of his allies together to go fight. And they declare war on each other. And it is a fight, a civil war, one of the first civil wars in Japan after the original one. And it is going to determine who will rule Japan for the next probably 100 years at least. So it's an East versus West Japan thing. So Ieyasu wins at the... It always blows my mind that Christianity got the Japanese people, then Asia had a lot more Buddhist and Taoist influence. Yeah, sure. Buddhism was actually in Japan before Christianity was. Funnily enough, one of the princes of the early, I think the Yamato is the name of it. One of the princes of the Yamato kingdom actually was a Buddhist, and he brought it over and learned the ways from China, which is a far cry from what happens in Japan in the next few hundred years after the Sengoku Jidai. So, Ieyasu's forces beat the Western army, which is the armies of the other 5 people, or the other 4 people of the Elder of 5, and he submits his legacy at the Battle of Sekigahara. If you have never watched anything about the Battle of Sekigahara, I might actually do a standalone thing about that, because it is a masterclass in navigating army. How do you stop disruptions on the battlefield? How do you adapt and change? Because he literally has people on his side. His like army is so small, but then the other people's army end up defecting to him. He like hires them or something like that, or he has like talked to him before, and it's like a diplomacy move. It's very interesting. But brilliant stroke of genius from Ieyasu Tokugawa. Wins the Battle of Sekigahara, and that is how he becomes the new shogun. He becomes the de facto ruler of Japan and reestablishes the shogunate that all these other daimyos were vying for. He actually ends up completing Nobunaga's work, and that is something we can never take away from him. So, what does he do after he establishes the Tokugawa shogunate? Well, he isolates Japan from the rest of the world. It sucks. Everything is stopped from coming in or out of Japan from foreign influences. And fun fact about Mr. Ieyasu Tokugawa, there's a book called Shogun that got turned into a show on FX. It just won an Emmy the other day for Best Drama of the Year. I highly recommend it. Very interesting little thing to watch. But Shogun on FX and the book is actually based off of Ieyasu Tokugawa. It doesn't have his actual name in it. They had to change the name for some reason. But the guy who is actually portraying the dude who is Ieyasu Tokugawa is Hiroyuki Sanada, who was in The Last Samurai and Avengers Endgame, if you didn't know. He's very, very cool, and it's definitely worth checking out. So, let's move on to our next part. Musashi Miyamoto. Okay, so if you don't know who Musashi Miyamoto is, you should probably learn about this guy. He is the absolute peak samurai of this era. Anytime that you think of an iconic samurai, right, you have to think Musashi Miyamoto. He is one of Japan's most celebrated and most iconic samurai. And I think he's actually declared I think it's called a sword saint, which is like their version of like, essentially just like a dude who's so good at being a swordsman that he becomes like a patron saint of the sword. He is most well known for having, thanks for that, Gibbsy, appreciate it. He is most well known for a specific dual wielding style that he develops. And he fights hundreds of battles, by the way. He fights lots of battles, never loses any of the battles too. And his skill in swordsmanship actually leads to him also winning a number of duels as well. Not just in war, but also in dueling. I think he's undefeated dueling for his entire life. And he makes innovative fighting techniques and ends up writing down a lot of this stuff in some books. So, fun things that you should know about Musashi Miyamoto is not only is he a great warrior, he's also a very smart philosopher and an adept writer. And that is because, if you've ever read his book, The Book of Five Rings, he actually writes that you should be well-balanced in all things, right? So you should be well-balanced at being a swordsman. You should be well-balanced at being a philosopher, a politician, a writer, a poet, right? You have to be in tune with everything. if you're not in tune with everything, then you are not you are lacking in some aspect, and you have a weakness. That is his entire treatise of the Book of Five Rings. It's also a treatise on strategies, tactics, and the next book he wrote after that was called The Path of Aloneness, which focuses more on like personal philosophy and independence and self-reliance. Very interesting books. Highly recommend you check them out. They're still applicable today, kind of like The Art of War is. Like I know it's like a far off, like different thing, but they're kind of both applicable to today's standards, even if you don't really think of like, you know, a guy from the 1600s being able to know anything more than what we do. Sometimes you find some gems like this guy, and he's really above and beyond. Burr really said the pen is as strong as the sword. Yes, literally. So Musashi, as I said, he's the definition of a samurai. He lived by the principles of Bushido, which is the way of the warrior, which is like the code that the samurai lived off of. And he demonstrated perfect balance between martial prowess, philosophical thinking, politique, and managing estates and economics. And he's just a symbol of the samurai spirit in Japan. Very cool guy. Fun fact about him, the manga Vagabond is written about him. That is Musashi Miyamoto from Vagabond. That is the same exact guy as this guy, Musashi Miyamoto. Very good manga. If you haven't read it, you should read it. You should read it. You should read the manga. All right. So what's the Sengoku Jidai's timeline after or during this entire thing, right? So we already talked about the Kyotuko incident. So there's 3 other things that are really like important, or well, I guess 8 other things that we really need to touch on, but there's 3 major ones. The Onin War, which is it's like a decade-long war between different daimyos, and it marks the beginning of the Sengoku period for other philosophers. Right?
What the hell?
Oh!
Sound the alarm, there's a raid.
Oh my god! Hydrogen, hey, welcome in.
Hi Dragon Warrior just raided us with 1 viewer.
Welcome in, Mr. Raider. Hello. Salute to you, strong soldier of the raid. Hello. Welcome in. We are learning about the Sengoku Jidai right now, and we're going to be going all the way to the Meiji Restoration. I hope you're buckled in and ready. Sorry, I had to get a swig of water. As I said before, some people mark the other incident that happens a few years before this as the start of the Sengoku Jidai. Others mark the Onin War as the start of the Sengoku Jidai. And then the other group of people that also mark this would be the Meio incident. So the Meio incident is whenever there is a attempted overthrow of the Hosokawa family by Hosokawa Masamoto, right? And it leads to the kidnapping and forced abdication of Ashikaga Yoshiki, who is the shogun at that time. And that is where there's a further power shift between Ashikaga shogunate and like the other people, because they can't even protect their own shogun now. So how are they going to stop us from actually declaring war? And then we have the Portuguese arriving. So fun fact about the Portuguese, they actually don't arrive like purposefully. They kind of get here during a storm, and they almost run into a rock, and they're in this big black ship, and they have a bunch of stuff, and they've been like looking for land for the longest time, and they end up running into Japan. They're like, oh, people live here, we should trade with them, that'd be kind of cool. And so they do. And then 1568, you have Oda Nobunaga taking Kyoto, which marks the end of the Ashikaga shogunate's seat at Kyoto, which is the seat of power. The shogunate is abolished in 1573. Sobojirai is decreed in 1587, and as I said, Sobojirai is the end of war for most of the clans in Japan, followed by the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600, and then the Tokugawa shogunate gets established in 1603. So, does anybody here like Samurai Warriors, the game series? Anybody here? Anyone? I'm a big fan of it. I like Dynasty Warriors too. I'm a big fan of these games. So, this entire series is set inside of the Sengoku Jidai period. It's all the warring states. So, there's always, funnily enough, I don't know why this is, but it's always a Sonata guy. Like this guy's, I forget what his name is, but his clan is Sonata, and for some reason always there's a Sonata on like the first like 5 games, and then you have Oda Nobunaga, and I think this guy's the leader of the Hojo clan, which I can't remember his name. But if you wanted a cool game series to check out or learn anything about the Sengoku Jidai, or the Sengoku era in Japan, as it's also known, I would highly recommend this game. You can also play not Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Nobunaga's Ambition, I think is the name of the other one. No, Mr. Forge, my family didn't love me enough to get me the Wii or the PS. Not the PlayStation 2? Damn, bro. Good for you. Good news for you. Samurai Warriors 5 is actually on PC. I know because I have it. Anyways, so the Edo period. What do we have about the Edo period? All right, so this is 1603. This is as soon as the Tokugawa shogunate gets established, it starts a brand new era, a new period of Japan, and it lasts for like 250 years, like 260 years, long time. And it is the, I would argue, the most stable point of Japan's history up till now. So what really marks it is that under the rule of Tokugawa Iemitsu, who is the 3rd shogun of the Tokugawa shogunate, his policies really help shape Japan during this time of no more war and no like really big foreign influence. Ieyasu Tokugawa, something I forgot to mention, he really doesn't like foreigners that much. He kind of uses them for his own benefits, and then once he's used them, he's like, I don't like you guys anymore. You guys are spreading Christianity, and Christianity's cringe to me, so I'm gonna kick you out now. So Iemitsu is a extremely harsh ruler to everybody. He really despises foreigners and Christians because they're usually one and the same, but at this time Christians were really widespread in Japan. I said really widespread, but there's like probably a few tens of thousands at the least. And a lot of them had to kind of hide their worship of Jesus at the time, and kind of like keep it secret because the Tokugawa shogunate was not looking kindly on them at all. They had already been treated pretty poorly before this, but it got really, really bad underneath the Tokugawa shogunate. So he strongly opposes foreign influences too, and so he enacts this policy called the Sakoku. And Sakoku is an attempt to address perceived threats from foreign influence. So it's essentially a list of proclamations that he makes from 1633 to 1639, and it isolates Japan from the rest of the world completely. Where Ieyasu Tokugawa essentially isolates Japan from foreign trade, Iemitsu makes it like illegal to do any of it. Like you'll get killed if you do it. Maybe not that extreme, but he really doesn't like the foreign influence. But he kind of just wants to keep Japan safe, and I kind of understand where he's coming from for that aspect, especially with what comes later on. I think he probably was thinking ahead of the curve. But anyways, so the policy's name, Sakoku, actually means closed country in Japanese, and it banned almost all foreign interactions from Japan. It limited trade with the Dutch to a certain amount of things, like they couldn't trade books anymore. They couldn't trade specifically the Bible too, and the Dutch were actually allowed to stay in Japan under these sanctions or under these conditions. So, why is that? Well, let's start before the actual event, right? So he doesn't allow for class mobility or any type of mobility throughout any of the structures, right? And he really persecutes Christians very, very hard. So rigid social hierarchy, usually in history, has led to peasants revolting because they feel resentment, especially if it's a merchant class who makes all the money and the people above them don't have as much money as them, and they can't afford anything, and they kind of just take it from you. Kind of pisses people off at a certain point, right? Well, same is true for here. Peasantry is not happy with how they're being treated. All the craftsmen and the merchants are at the very bottom, and even peasants are above them, so farmers. So they get really angry, and it starts boiling and boiling and boiling. Oh, thank you for the posture check. I'm going to make sure I posture up here. So you start having like the starts of like a boiling pot, right? And then you throw in the persecution of the Christians, who are now a sizable amount of the population now, and who Iemitsu actually sees as a threat to him, because they have the Dutch and the Portuguese and all these other Europeans that have all this crazy technology. I bet that the Christian nations would probably help the Christian people of Japan if they so asked to spread Christianity. And it leads to some brutal crackdowns on any suspected Christians in Japan. I mean, they get, like, there's a lot of instances of saints in the Catholic Church that are martyrs from Japan. There's a lot of them. And it happens really fast, really quick, all of a sudden, and they can't, like, they don't even know what's coming. So what happens is, at the height of the Sakoku policy, whenever he's passing all these really rigorous restrictions against people, there is a thing that happens called the Shimabara Rebellion. And that is between 1637 and 1638 AD. The Dutch are actually asked to pacify it. It is a group of Christian peasants and Ronin, who are masterless samurai, if you didn't know. And they revolt because the taxation and the religious persecution in the area that they're in gets so unbearable that they just have no other choice, right? So they just rebel. And Iemitsu, for some reason, asked the Dutch. I don't know what it was. I think it might have been like a test of loyalty. There's not really much information as to why he did it. But the Dutch do indeed help, because they want to keep the trade going between them and Japan, because they have, lots of luxury goods at this point. Silks and stuff like that. And so they end up providing cannons and naval support to the army of Iemitsu, and they put down the rebellion. And for their service, they are given a little bit of leeway, right? Because after the rebellion actually ends, Iemitsu goes, yeah, I knew it. These Christians are terrible. Get these Christian nations and these Europeans out of here. They're horrible. So he ends up kicking out every single other country from Japan except for the Dutch. And with the Dutch, he still increases the amount of restrictions on what they can and cannot trade. And they have to remain on this little island called Dejima, which is like right outside of Nagasaki. And it really just shows how isolated this country is going to become over the next 200-year period, right? So the Edo period specifically, though, is marked by 200 years of peace. And I say 200 years of peace relative to what Japan was going to prior to this. Like, there's still rebellions, there's still like uprisings and stuff. There's no civil wars, though. There's no you don't really get close to like an overthrow of the government or anything like that. But what's the cost for this? What actually happens to preserve this peace? Well, they stagnate, right? Edo, which is the thing that is named the Edo period, the reason for that is Edo is the capital of the Tokugawa shogunate, known as Tokyo today, by the way. That is where they put all of their eggs in their basket, so to speak. All their new technology, anything that they research that they want to test out or try that is great and awesome, any tax money they want to spend that they build cool new infrastructure for, all of it goes inside of Edo. It does not go anywhere else. And if it does, it doesn't get used properly. So Edo flourishes, right? Edo's really, really prosperous at this time. Everywhere outside of Edo gets really, really broke. And it's kind of like the shining beacon on the hill allegory, but literally. Edo is literally the shining beacon of the hill in Japan, and everywhere else is essentially stuck in the past. So, after this isolation, and after all these measurements, what do we have happen next? Well, not much. But what we do have happen before this, and what we talked about already, is we have these groups called the non-Bon. The non-Bon are Portuguese, or any foreigner at this point. And the first contact between them, as I said, is 1543. It's accidental. It's caused by a storm. The Black Ship, as we know it today, that becomes the first of many black ships between the 16th and 18th centuries for the Japanese. They actually see the Black Ship as like a harbinger of doom because it arrives during the Sengoku Jidai. But it kind of is. I don't know. It depends on how you look at it, right? They end up passing off guns and stuff like that. The Japanese call them Nanban because they come from the south and they're barbarians, so they call them Nanban, or Nanbanjin des, or not Nanbanjin, not des. I'm not well, maybe I am Nanban. Anyways, so the Europeans start setting up trade posts and missions so that they can spread guns, Christianity, and other goods throughout Japan. And they also want to trade with Japan because Japan has cool stuff like rice and tea and pottery that we don't have in Europe. So they end up trading with them up until the stuff that happens during the Sakoku policy. And then in the early 18th century, so this is the 1700s, this is the big event that happens. This is what starts and sparks all these things. The early 18th century, Rangaku happens, which is literally just Dutch studies. The ban on Dutch books being given out is begone bot. Sorry. The end of the... Oh my god, I lost my train of thought. Hang on one second. Sorry, guys. The end of restrictions to trade Dutch books is lifted. So Japanese intellectuals start buying these books up and they start reading through them like crazy. Like we're talking Harry Potter levels of book reading. I'm talking 50 Shades of Grey number of book sales, right? Twilight, all these. Whichever famous book series that you remember from your childhood that sold an ass load, it's that one. And it starts spreading Western ideas around Japan. Things like or Western sciences as well. Chemistry, alchemy. Well, not alchemy. Chemistry, astronomy, physiology. You know, some things that are like scientific in nature at this time that the Europeans have kind of developed over time. They learn about not electronics. They learn about electricity. They learn about all these different things that are not in Japan. And these people are like, man, it would be really cool if Japan had all this stuff. Too bad we're isolationists. Maybe we should change that. I don't know. I'm just an intellectual. I don't know. Anyways, let me go back to eating something. So, the Tokugawa shogunate does not like that these egg brains are reading all this stuff, because once the egg brains start reading it, they can actually like make arguments as to why they should open up the country. And so they end up cracking down on the sale of or the trading of Dutch books again, and they reimpose these sanctions on it. But people still buy them on black markets all the time. After that, it spreads far and wide. So, what happens after that, though? Well, not much again for a few years, until this little thing called the Morrison incident happens. There's at this time, right, the 1800s, early 1800s, late 1700s, you have a few run-ins between Europeans and like Japanese fishing vessels, right? There's like different ones, right? Not anything major. No one really gets hurt. Normally it's just like, oh, who the hell are you? I've never heard of your country before. So certain people, sometimes it's the government, sometimes it's just citizens, they go off script, right? And this is one of those instances. So the Morrison incident is very interesting. Not many people talk about this. This is probably what made Japan the target for Europe and the West, actually, after this happened. If they would have never enacted the edict that we're about to talk about, it probably wouldn't have come to pass that they actually get kind of semi-colonized at a certain point. So, In 1825, the Tokugawa shogunate issues a thing called the Edict to Repel Foreign Vessels. And this is in 1825. And it's in the name, right? It's the Edict to Repel Foreign Vessels, right? It's meant to repel foreign vessels. And it made clear that essentially any non-Dutch Western ship that even approaches Japan is to be fired on without warning. The goal was to keep foreign influence out of Japan, as has always been the goal with the Tokugawa shogunate, and they continue with the strict isolationist policy, and this is what happens. The Morrison incident happens in 1837. So an American merchant ship called the SS Morrison gets shot at by Japan. And you might be asking yourself, why is the SS Morrison all the way over here? Well, they had very peaceful intentions, actually. They had picked up some Japanese sailors that had a boat capsize. 7 sailors, right? So they pick up the Japanese from the ocean, and they go, "Hey guys, where do you guys live? You must be from like China or somewhere, right?" And they're like, "No, we're from Nihon, whatever you want to call it." And they go, "I don't know what the hell that is, but okay." And so they try to bring them back to Japan. Now, also with the Morrison, the SS Morrison is also trying to open up trade with Japan, but they're not doing it with any type of ill intent. They're not trying to like forcibly open it up to westernization or anything like that. They're just wanting to go trade some goods with them, right? They do have some missionaries as well, I think, on the ship that they picked up somewhere in between. I want to say it was like Macau or somewhere like that. But they get to the like the waters of Japan, and they're sailing up, and they start hearing boom, 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 and they have a bunch of cannonballs flying all around them, and they're like, "What the hell is happening?" And the 7 Japanese guys are like, "Oh yeah, we forgot to tell you, yeah, you're not allowed to like kind of go towards the island. If you could just drop us off on a rock outside, that'd be kind of great." And so the SS Morrison gets shot at by the Japanese, which is a very, very aggressive sign, especially to a group of people who you've never met before. So it's very apparent to the Morrison crew that they need to get the hell out of there. So they end up returning to America, and the captain of the Morrison writes a book. I forget what the book is called, but it's essentially saying, like, I can't believe a foreign country would do this to an American like me. Don't they know I'm American, damn it? And I said, hell yeah, brother, you're so right, so real for that, so real. But no, they end up starting to drum up support from the populace, because they're like, oh my god, there's this group of like people that live on this island that are like wearing these old clothes from like medieval technology. We should go see what is over there. I bet there's some cool stuff. They're still using cannons in the 1800s. That's kind of cool still, but you know, there's other things that we could use. And so, excuse me, they're using older cannons. Sorry, they're using like big mortars. There's a difference. There's a difference between cannons in the 1800s and the big mortars that they were using. So the edict gets repealed in 1842 because they're like, yeah, maybe it's not the best idea to just fire on foreign ships. It probably pisses them off, doesn't it? And they're like, I bet the West is probably angry at us now. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. All right, so students, quiz time. Wake up, everybody. Wake up. Quiz time. I hope you're ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, how does the United States of America handle a foreign power firing on their unarmed citizens' vessels for a peaceful trade? How do you think the U.S. reacts to that? Is it A, they ignore it? Is it B, they cry and get scared? Is it C, they take the warning and stay away? Or is it D, they send giant ships to intimidate those who wronged them? Let's see, we got a D from Gibbsy, we got a D from Haru, we got a D from Irella. Ooh, another giant D's. Okay. You would be correct. It is D. That is correct. That is actually what they do. They send giant ships. Specifically, they send 2 giant ships. And they send them with a guy named James Biddle. So, who is motherfucking James Biddle? James Biddle is an admiral of the U.S. Navy. And the U.S. government actually sends James Biddle to negotiate with Japan to open up for trade. He's given 2 heavily armored ships for the expedition. And he ends up sailing across with these 2 ships, as well as a couple other ships that are kind of smaller. They're not gunships. Very different. And he sends these ships over to Japan. He sails and sails and sails for months, and he finally arrives in Edo Bay in July 20th of 1846. So, they're there for peaceful intentions, but they have big guns on their ship, right? Which makes sense. If you just got shot at by a country, you should probably have giant guns on your ship. So, Biddle has a request from the U.S. government, right? It is a formal request to the Japanese government asking them to consider the United States of America for trade between them. And Biddle delivers the request to a Japanese emissary. There's a guy who comes out on a boat. He comes out, and he's got a translator, and he's like, "Hey, this is for your peeps on the island. Can you go give it to them?" And they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, sure." And so they run back on the island, and they hand it over to the shogun. And while they're waiting, there is a Japanese junk that appears. Oh, water, thank you. Yum, yum, yum. Delicious. Thank you so much. A Japanese junk appears, right? This is not like junk as in trash. This is an actual type of ship. It's a junk. So a junk approaches Biddle's flagship. And Biddle's like, how curious. A little boat approaches me. Let's see what they want. What do you want, little boat? And little boat goes, hey, we got an answer from the shogun. The shogun wants you to get onto our boat so that you can receive his official reply, since we are diplomats and emissaries. And the diplomats and emissaries are on the boat. The junk is full of samurai too, by the way. It's not like a lot of samurai, but it's like enough to like be like, maybe I shouldn't get on that boat. Biddle thinks about it for a spell, and he's like, I am here on a diplomacy mission. I should probably get on the diplomacy boat. And so he hops on the diplomacy boat, right? And so Biddle steps aboard, and there's a misunderstanding between some things that are getting said to him by some samurai and the diplomats, and stuff isn't getting translated fast enough. And Biddle gets kind of confused, and he like walks forward at some point, and he gets pushed to the ground by a samurai. And Biddle's like, "What the fuck? Did you just attack me? Did you just push me over like I was a child? I'm not having this. I'm gonna get back on my boat and fire a gun at you." And so he like scrambles back on board his big flagship, and he like starts aiming the cannons at this little junk. And like one of the diplomats is like, "No, he didn't know. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. Please, don't kill us." And so the officials actually apologize. They make the samurai bow down to him and like apologize as well, because it's a breach of diplomatic protocol in Japan to do that. And they go, "Okay, we're finally going to give you the shogun's message after all this international incident that just happened. Are you ready?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm ready. I can't wait to hear. I bet it's great news after getting pushed over by a samurai." Yeah, the diplomat goes, "Hear ye. The shogun declares that the USA and James Biddle can kick fucking rocks. Get the hell out of our country. Go home and never come back. We ain't opening up our borders, dum-dum. Japan's closed for business, doofus." And he goes, "Oh, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Why'd you make me wait all day for that? Why'd you make me wait so long? You could have just said that yourself. Hey, this is ridiculous." And they're like, "Well, we did tell you. Like, we told you to get out like months ago, but you wouldn't leave." And he's like, "Yeah, but that's different because I'm here now." He's like, "Yeah, it's a fair point." Anyways, so Biddle's expedition's one of the first efforts by a European power to really open up Japan after Sakaku. And it ends in failure, obviously, but it sets the stage for future attempts. And we're going to talk about the future attempt in this next passage here. The first Perry expedition. So, who is Matthew Perry? Matthew Perry, also known as Commodore Perry, is the father of the United States steam-powered Navy. He oversees all of the changes from it going from a normal ship with giant sails and stuff like that to a steam-powered army, or steam-powered Navy, rather. He is tasked by President Millard Fillmore to open Japan for trade in 1852. And he is a real proponent for this because he's like, I haven't got to stretch my diplomatic legs since the Opium Wars. And so Perry uses this tactic, and it's kind of shown a little bit before in the Biddle expedition, but it didn't have a name at that time. Perry uses this tactic called gunboat diplomacy, right? And it involves arriving with giant, heavily armored ships that are much bigger than your opponents to just like have a show of force. It's essentially like a way to say, hey, we want some peace, but if you fuck with us, we're gonna kill you. We're gonna kill you, Dad. Because they have big guns. And they negotiate peace, right? So it's like a combo of military pressure with diplomacy. And it's obviously diplomacy under duress is what we know it as nowadays. But he uses this tactic, and it's very effective against a lot of Asiatic nations at this time. They also did the same thing with China and another nation around this time. I can't remember what the other nation was. I want to say it was like Thailand or somewhere like that. But he arrives in Uraga, Japan on July 8th, 1853. All right. He gets told for weeks to get the hell out. And in fact, he gets told a lot to do that. And he sails right past Edo and goes to Uraga so that way he can just kind of sit there and dock because he knows that they can't do anything to him. So, as a show of force, at one of these points where they're telling him to get the hell out of the country, Commodore Perry shoots off his guns, and he says, it's a celebration. It's the 4th of July back home. Like, we have to, it's not the 4th of July, right? They're like, we haven't gotten to celebrate all of the month because we've been traveling, so we have to celebrate now by shooting off our blanks. And so they start shooting off a bunch of blanks, and they're really showing off the U.S. firepower. It's essentially another intimidation tactic against the Japanese. So Perry uses this perfectly. The Japanese are like scared shitless from this, right? Giant cannons, and I mean they're loud as hell. So after he does this, Japan tells him to leave. Right? He says, "I refuse." Perry sends Japan a white flag with a message from himself. So what does this message say? So essentially, it means the message he sent was, if Japan attacks or resists the U.S. will fight back. We will attack you. And we will win because we have better firepower than you. We have more manpower than you. We have better equipment than you. Everything that we have is better. So is it not better to just be friends? Isn't it just better to be friends, like kooky little guys together? Come on, right? Big old stretch. Thank you very much, Gibbsy. Thank you very much. Ugh. So, the Japanese are like, oh shit, he means business. He actually means this shit. I could tell it by the look in his. Look at that guy's eye. Whoa! Wait, go back. Look at that guy. You telling me this guy isn't serious? This guy right here? That guy? You tell me he's not serious? That's the most serious man I've ever seen in my life. Okay, so what do we have I can't speak. What do we have happen after this? Well, the reason why the Shogun can't actually talk to Commodore Perry right now, he's actually incapacitated. He had either a heat stroke or some form of a heart attack and was incapacitated. He ends up dying later in the month because of this. And so Perry gets asked to move the fleet to Kurahama, and he does so. And the reason he does that is because the diplomats are like, hey, look, our guy's like sick. Can you like go somewhere else for a little bit? Like, we'll meet you there. And so he goes to Kurohama. He waits like a week, and he meets with some Japanese diplomats. And these Japanese diplomats are led by a man named Abe Masahiro, who we will talk about in a little bit in depth. And Abe Masahiro accepts the letter from Millard Fillmore to the Japanese, which states, again, just like it had with the previous president that sent a letter, hey, we want to be friends with you. Can you please open your country to trade? The U.S. really wants to trade with you. You sound like a really good trade partner. And essentially the way that Abe does this is he wants it to appear like he's actually considering the letter, but he doesn't want to give up Japanese sovereignty. So he accepts it on the grounds that it's not violating the rules or the law to accept a letter from a foreign dignitary because it's peaceably sent and they're already here. So he ends up saying, okay, we got your letter. Let me talk to the new shogun about it, or the shogun about it, and we'll get back to you. But I'll send it to the shogun, but you have to leave and promise not to come back for 1 whole year, Buster Brown. And if you come back earlier, we're going to be very, very sore at you. And Commodore Perry like rolls his eyes and he's like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. And so he ends up delivering the message, and he leaves back to Hong Kong, where he sits for about 6 months. And then he stops along the way. He stops at like the Ryukyu Islands, which is what we call Okinawa now. All that chain of islands. And so what happens after Commodore Perry returns? So Commodore Perry returns 6 months later on February 13th, 1854. He returns 6 months earlier than what he promised, which is not okay to the Japanese. He has way more ships now. He has like, I think 4 or 5 more ships. I think he has a total of like 10 at this point. And so the Japanese are like, oh, he got more powerful. Okay, cool. And he lands at Kanagawa, a place called Kanagawa, on March 8th, 1854. And they have a meeting with Abe Masahiro. And it's called the Convention of Kanagawa. It is from March 8th to March 31st of 1854. So, why in the world did they meet with him if they really, really don't like foreigners? Well, the shogun dies, right? We talked about the shogun dying. He had died about 6 months prior to this, about five months prior to this, actually. He dies on like the 27th of July. And so his son ends up becoming the new emperor. And his son is young, and he's inexperienced, and he's kind of sickly. He's like very weak, like actually weak. And he's a new shogun. So he has no idea what's going on. And he's like, you know what? My guy, Abe Masahiro is the smartest guy I know. And he is like the head guy for me. So I'm going to let him handle negotiations. What up, Teach? Yeah, I made it before you got into the fucking... Oh my god, dude. We're not talking about that. No. Boys, you can't say that, brother. Oh, no. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh god, you're gonna get me killed. You're gonna get me beaten to death on live stream. But welcome in. Hello. Okay, so Abe Masahiro is this very high-ranking official, right? And we're going to talk about him in just a moment. But he's leading the negotiations. He has all the power to do anything he wants in terms of like dealing with the Americans, right? And so he, in the back of his mind, is like, I want to appeal to the Americans so that they don't take away our sovereignty, but I also want to essentially uphold our own sovereignty for ourselves. Like, I've seen what happens with the Opium Wars. I've seen what happened with China during the Opium Wars. If you don't know what happens with China in the Opium Wars, they get absolutely obliterated with treaties, and they don't have anything. It's the worst time ever for them. But he doesn't want the same thing for Japan. So what he ends up doing is he signs this treaty, and it's called the Treaty of Peace and Amity. And it's signed on the 31st of March, 1854. It opens up trade ports in Shimoda and Hakodate. And not only is it Shimoda and Hakodate that get opened up, but it's also a bunch of beneficial trade deals with the Americans. Essentially, the list as I have it written down here, I'm just pulling up real quick. The list as I have it written down here is as follows. Oh my god, where did they go? Okay. Number 1, mutual peace between the United States and Japan. So they're peaceful. Yippee! Hooray! Number 2, open up the ports of Shimoda and Hakodate for trade. Yippee! We already got that one done. 3, assistance to be provided to shipwrecked American sailors. So anytime that somebody shipwrecks near Japan, you're supposed to help them. Number 4, shipwrecked sailors must not be imprisoned or mistreated. Makes sense. You don't want your own people to be thrown into a foreign jail. Number 5, freedom of movement for temporary foreign residents in treaty ports. So essentially, merchants are free to leave and go as they please, and they have temporary residence. 6, trade transactions are to be permitted in Japan's ports. Yeah, makes sense. You just open up the port, you want to use it. 7, currency exchange to facilitate any trade transaction to be allowed. Okay. So essentially, you want to trade your currency versus mine. Okay, makes sense. 8, provisioning of American ships to be Japanese government monopoly. So anytime that there's provisioning that needs to be done for American ships, the Japanese government needs to do that. So that's actually a benefit to Japan. They get a little bit. Japan, number 9, Japan is to give the United States any favorable advantages which might be negotiated by Japan with any other foreign nation in the future. I think the U.S. is thinking 10 steps ahead, if you're asking me. Kind of interesting how they do that. 10. Forbidding the United States from using any other ports aside from Shimoda and Hakodate. Right? So that you can't use any other except for those two. And the Americans say, okay to that. 11. Opening of an American consulate at Shimoda. So now the consulate is opened up for the Americans. Right? They have a new diplomacy center, essentially, in Shimoda. That's awesome. And then number 12 is the treaty is to be ratified within 8 months of its signing. And so that is what they end up trying to pass and get over. And so, yeah. Oh, what the? Guys, what the? Hang on a minute. All right. So, essentially, it ensures Japanese peace, right? And it gives major concessions to the Americans and allows Japan to have like a little bit of something there too, a little bit of wiggle room. And so we have Abe Masahiro. So Abe Masahiro lived from 1819 to 1857. He's a very young guy. Whenever he passes away, he's the chief senior counselor to the shogun, or a roju. And a roju is a very important diplomatic position, or a very important governmental position in Japan at this time. They are essentially the right-hand men of the shogun, and as we know, the shogun is the big power in the land. There's also a level above that called the Roju Shuza, and the Roju Shuza is like the main guy. Abe Masahiro, as his name indicates, is from the Abe clan. And fun fact, he's actually related, I think distantly, to Shinzo Abe and Shinzo Abe's father, who were both prime ministers of Japan, which is what I was talking about earlier with, see how people kind of like maintain power throughout history. It's very interesting how certain clans and families always held power. So he actually assumes the title of Roju at 25. That is the youngest Roju ever established in Japanese history. I actually looked that up. I had to research it deeply to find that out because I was like, man, 25 seems like really young to be a Roju. He has 7 responsibilities that he has to maintain for the government, right? And so these responsibilities are as follows. Number 1, relations with the emperor, the court, and the prince abbots. And so he establishes and maintains those relationships. Number 2, supervision of the daimyo, who control lands worth at least 10,000 koku. That is a size of a military. Or excuse me, I'm trying to remember koku. I think koku is the money at the time. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Probably am wrong. I think it's actually a way to like the measure crops. Never mind. Don't listen to me. I don't know anything about that one. Number 3, managing the forms taken by official documents in official communications. Number 4, supervision of the internal affairs of the shogun's domain. Number 5, coinage, public works, and enfeoffment. Number 6, governmental relations and supervision of monks, monasteries, and shrines. Number 7, compilation of maps, charts, and other government records. So essentially, they're just administrators, right? But they're doing all the work for the shogun. And there's a group of them. So him becoming the youngest one ever is a big deal. He is very, very, very smart, obviously. And he is also extremely informed on foreign affairs. And I can tell you this because he actually kept tabs on the Opium Wars for the shogunate. He purposefully sent spies out of Japan so that they could go and kind of keep tabs on what were these foreign nations doing, what's going on over there, how do we prevent something from like that happening in Japan. And he understands fundamentally that Japan can't defeat the West, but he still understands that he wants to maintain Japanese sovereignty in the matter. So his thought process on this is, if I just give up some freedoms and some concessions to these countries, maybe, just maybe, they'll leave me the hell alone, and Japan can just become an independent nation still. It can just live peacefully, just trading a bunch of stuff away. Well, he receives heavy criticism for his treaty with the United States, right? And the daimyo are very, very angry about this. They get so angry that they end up forcing him to resign, essentially. So he resigns as the Roju Shuza, which means he's the head of the Roju, in September of 1855. But he still serves as a Roju. He's still on the council. He has a lot of influence, a lot of power, but he never deals in foreign affairs again. And the reason why he does this is because during the time between 1854 and 1855, he signs not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 peace treaties with European nations, which ends up leading to a total economic collapse in Japan. So Japan is now open for trade. So now what? What do they do now? What do they do now that they're open for trade? Well, that means that more traders are on the way, right? From other places, way off in the distance, like England and Russia, Portugal again. The Dutch are coming back, perhaps. And maybe even a German or two. And so here comes Europe. What we got here is that the UK, Russia, and France all signed treaties with Japan within a year of America, right? The Anglo-Japanese Friendship Treaty is signed in October of 1854. The Russian Treaty of Shimoda is signed in 1855. And the French signed the Treaty of Amity and Commerce between France and Japan in October of 1855. The U.S. signs a new treaty after the people of Japan kind of raised concerns that the shogun and a few others did not actually sign the first treaty that they signed. So they rearrange and make the Harris Treaty of 1858, which reaffirms the prior agreements of the Kanagawa Treaty, as well as allowing for extraterritoriality for foreigners and minimal import taxes on the U.S. Now, what is extraterritoriality? That means that your people cannot get prosecuted in Japan. That means your people are free to come back to America and then be on trial for something that they did in Japan, which doesn't really happen. Doesn't really happen much. So this is a part of a system called the unequal treaty system, right? This is very big in Asia at this time. It's essentially unfair trade agreements between Asian and Western countries. They get very lopsided very quickly, has horrible economic implications for the country who signs it, and the Western powers usually just take everything that they want. Japanese merchants are heavily affected by this. Unrest rises heavily. The merchants are starting to lose a lot of business, and the economics of the country are looking very bleak. And they also open up Nagasaki, Hakodate, and Yokohama as trade ports in around 1859. After the Harris Treaty, I think that there's like another treaty between them and the British that they signed that ends up becoming the new de facto thing that they run the country off of. All right, so what happens after Europe comes? Well, it's disastrous for Japan. It's very disastrous. There are so many things wrong with this stuff. The Europeans have these deals where they can exchange their gold and silver, and they have a more favorable exchange rate than the Japanese. The Japanese, signing this trade deal like they did, don't realize what they signed. So they're using these unfair exchange rates to get more money than what they actually are. So they're turning profits, even if they're actually at a net loss, because the exchange rate is way better for the Europeans. It's like something like 15-1, as opposed to like 4-1. So Japan actually has to counteract this by devaluing their currency. And what they end up doing is there's like this humongous gold outflow from Japan, because the Europeans, after they devalue their currency, they're like, oh my god, I have to like mass sell everything I own. I have to take all the gold and buy it back, because the way that they did the rollout of this is like kind of messed up. So you exchange gold for silver, and then you can exchange the silver for Japanese gold. But because your exchange rate for your silver is higher, you actually get more Japanese gold back. And so the way it works is you like can make up to like 200% profit just exchanging around gold and silver between different currencies. And so it actually ends up destroying the Japanese gold standard, and sends out like tons of gold from Japan because they just give it away. And there's only, I think, about like 40 tons of gold left in the country, which is not a lot at this time. Not only that, but cholera outbreaks get very common during this time because the Europeans are very sickly people and they have cholera and they don't realize it. Or maybe they do realize it. There's at least 4 major outbreaks from 1854 to 1860 that kill hundreds of thousands of Japanese citizens. The biggest one being in Tokyo that killed anywhere between 100,000 and 250,000 people in a span of about a year. Violence against foreigners actually starts to increase. So you have a lot of incidences between samurais and Westerners that get really dicey, right? So some of these are little spats in like the street between like army people and samurai. Some of them are between drunken merchants and samurai. Most of the Japanese side is samurai. It's mostly just samurai that they really have problems with. But there is specifically some incidences that we need to touch on that are very, very scary for the Europeans and the Americans. So they have this big political crisis in Japan at this time, right? So there's a guy named Hotta, and Hotta is a daimyo, and he has some power in the country, but he doesn't really like the current shogun, and so he tries to like overthrow the shogun, and then they have a bunch of fights in between the country, and it's like it lasts for several years, but the shogun ends up winning. The shogun ends up dying without an heir, and so they kind of just assume power. And what ends up happening is these. Hang on one second, I got a bot. What happens is these daimyos end up taking power, and they establish like a figurehead that's a part of the lineage, and they start executing their adversaries, right? So the Tokugawa are still in charge, but it's like really like not the Tokugawa, and then the Tokugawa take it back at some point, and then the Tokugawa have another purge that kills like everybody. So it's like mass political purging, and during this time, shit's hectic, and there's a thing called the Richardson Affair that occurs, and that's in a place called Namamugi, and what essentially happens is there is a guy by the name of Charles Lennox Richardson, who is a British merchant. And he was killed by an armed retinue of the Shimatsu clan, who is the region of this area called Satsuma. And Richardson's killing actually sparks this huge outrage from the Europeans because they're like, they're just killing us in the streets, man. We can't even go anywhere. They're beating us up whenever we go drinking, and we start hitting on their women. They kill us in the streets just because we bump into them and we don't know their culture. And then they just get away with it. This is ridiculous. Why don't we get any concessions? And so that ends up causing more strife because the shogun is, as I said, weakened already after all this stuff. And in the 1860s, like throughout the 1860s, there's these mass peasant uprisings that start happening. And there's this group called the World Renewal Movement, which I researched very little about, but from the little I understand, they essentially are saying like there's like these weird like extraterrestrial beings or something that are called, what is it, the Yanoashi or something like that, and it's like a new wave religion in Japan, and it's like it's a way to like shift your idea of like thinking about like the present here and now, like material goods and stuff like that, towards sort of like a millenarian world, and transform it to fix like social inequality. So it's kind of like a version of like religious communism sort of a type beat. Like it's very weird. Such an like I want to research more about it before I talk about it, but it's a very weird religion, and they get really big, and they actually have to crush a few of their rebellions too. So, Sono Joy. And you might be asking yourself, Max, what is Sono Joy? What does that mean? Well, I'll tell you, dear viewer. Sono Joy is it's not an actual time period, right? I know the time period between 1863 and 1866 kind of might make you think it is, but Sono Joy is essentially expel the barbarian is what it means, right? It means kick out the foreigner, essentially. Get these guys out of here. We don't want it. So after Japan sees all the civil unrest and all these issues that they're having because the Europeans are there, they start attempting to renegotiate with the West. They send one envoy to the United States, which goes a little bit okay, but they don't really get any major concessions from the United States. They send one to Europe, and then they send another one to Europe. And both times they send people to Europe, the Europeans are like gawking at them because they're like, oh my god, you want us to make trade fair for you? Lol, I don't think so, buddy. And so they fail. All three times they fail. And the anti-Western sentiment in Japan gets really, really bad. To the point where the Emperor, Komei, essentially breaks tradition. This has never happened in the last 200 and some odd years of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Emperor essentially retakes control that he had back whenever like Go-Daigo was in charge, way back when. And he goes, yeah, we should get these guys out of here. I'm taking back imperial control. The empire's reestablished, and all foreigners gots to go. Get the hell out of my country. And so he imposes the order to expel barbarians. And that happens in between March and April of 1863. There's one on the 11th of March, and there's one on the 11th of April. But there's a few things that happen in between there. The Mori clan actually moves to expel the foreigners because they are loyal to the emperor. And so on May 10th is whenever the emperor said that the foreigners are going to started to get deported out. Mori Takachika orders his forces to open fire on all foreign ships that enter at the Strait of Shimonoseki. And of course, much with the USS Morrison incident, or the SS Morrison incident, you don't fire at foreign boats. And specifically, you definitely don't touch the US boats. And I'll tell you why. The US gets shot at. There's a vessel called the SS Pembroke that goes through, and it gets shot at around the same time, May 10th or so. The US sees this, and they go, hey, wait a minute, you're not allowed to do that. That's my boat. Don't do that again. And then they start attacking other European boats. And the U.S. is like, well, they attacked my boat, so now I have just cause to go beat some sense into them. So the U.S. sends, under the protection of the, essentially like the U.S. foreign minister to Japan, they send this ship called the USS Wyoming. It's kind of an older ship. It's not modern day, not modern day. It's not 1863 technology or anything like that. It's kind of older, like maybe 1830s, 40s. Still in good service. Doesn't work the best. But the USS Wyoming ends up engaging 3 ships and 4 shore guns that have been shooting and sinking ships all month, or all this time in between the 10th and now. They demolish all the ships. They take a little bit of damage. They have a few casualties. I think it's like 5 to 12 casualties. I think 5 killed, 7 injured, I want to say, off the top of my head. I think 1's missing. So the USS Wyoming engages all 3 ships at once, plus the 4 shore guns, destroys all 3 ships, and then damages the guns so bad that they can't even be used for like several months still. So the Mori clan has to retreat from the shores, and the battle only lasts about an hour. So, continuing the Sonojoy, you have the bombardment of Kagoshima. So you remember the Richardson affair? Well, that coupled with the anti-West sentiment that happens around this time, coupling that with also the shooting at a British ship, the British get really pissed off. And if you know anything about the British in the 1800s, they really don't like people from other countries shooting at stuff that they own. They'll send the house at you. So they end up sending like a small group of boats to Kagoshima, and they start blowing it up. And so Kagoshima gets absolutely destroyed by British bombardment. And it's because of the Richardson affair is the way that they claim it, but it's also because they have a boat that gets shot at. And after this happens, there's multiple uprisings against the West, right? So you have stuff like the Mito Rebellion, and the Mito Rebellion's in the Mito province of Japan. It's kind of a smaller rebellion. This is actually a picture from it. You have the first Choshu expedition, which is where you kind of see like the beginnings of like an imperial force versus like the shogunate fighting, which will happen a little bit later too. It's essentially a Japanese like mini civil war, where they fight like people that are loyal to the pro-West or imperial powers, and they fight them with shogunate powers, and it ends up not working out too hot. Or excuse me, not pro-imperial, sorry, anti-empire and pro-shogun, but also pro-Western normally. And they end up fighting, and it becomes like a kind of a stalemate, sort of, kind of, because it's only an expedition, so they only go in and out, like, fighting a little bit. It happens on August 20th, 1864. It only lasts for a couple of days. Then you have the Hyogo Naval Expedition, which is the group of foreign powers that are in Japan at this time that are still committed 100% to the resources in the area. So that is the... Damn, there's a lot of bots today. What the hell? These are the British, the Dutch, and the French. And the reason why I say those three is because at this time, 1861 to 1865, the United States of America is embroiled in a little thing called the U.S. Civil War. So they can't send anything. So they ask their little friends, the Brits and the Dutch and the French, hey, can you please protect our stuff? We only have like 3 ships over there, please. And they're like, yeah, okay. And so they just go around and they, kind of send themselves to a little port called Hyogo. And Hyogo's like this kind of important port for negotiating and trade and stuff like that. So they end up taking it over as a way to get payback on the Japanese for attacking all their stuff. So now they have all... Because my classes are interesting. Thank you, Ella. Thank you so much. I'm so proud. I'm so happy that I interest people. But it's essentially not even an expedition. It's essentially an embargo against the Japanese. And it lasts from November of 1865 to June of 1866. And then you have the second Choshu expedition, much like the same. Anti-imperial or anti-West forces versus pro-Western forces, right? They kind of have a little skirmish, and they end up routing one of the armies for the anti-Western forces, and then the the shogun before the last shogun dies a little bit after this happens, and any Western and pro-Western forces they defeat all the rebellions. Anything that happens, any uprising that happens during this time, they just defeat it. There's no way that they can match them. The samurai, the ronin, anything, anybody, the peasants, whoever's uprising against the West or against the West's business interests gets absolutely destroyed during this time period. And it's actually starting to look like the beginning of the end for the shogunate. The shogun just died, and there's this new guy. And the new guy is called Yoshinobu. Yoshinobu sucks. So following these rebellions, right, Japan realizes it really needs to modernize quickly to kind of catch up with the rest of the world, because they see that the West has these big ships, they have these impressive guns, they have cannons, they got all this crazy crap that we can't even compete with. We should probably westernize, if not for only the fact that we should catch up to them militarily and then fight them. That's a great idea. That's actually one of the driving forces behind the shogun's decision to really rapidly modernize. It's to push out Western invaders, because then they'll have the same level of technology, right? So military leaders, both Army and Navy, are sent to Western schools to learn tactics. There's a huge buildup of the Navy and the Army. They modernize their weaponry, start bringing out new weapons from the American Civil War. They have Gatling guns at some point. And Japan even sends a delegation to the 1867 World Fair in Paris. And it's looking like maybe westernizing is looking like a good idea for us. The problem is, the daimyo don't have any trust in the shogun anymore. And they don't have any trust in anybody, actually. So, Tokugawa Yoshinobu lives from 1837 until 1913. He's the last shogun of Japan. He tries vehemently to reform the government, make it remain relevant, reform his position to make it remain a powerful and strong position in the Japanese government. Western ideas have really spread at this point. They don't believe in the shogunate anymore. They either believe in either we have a monarch or we have a democracy, right? So that's one of the two ways that you feel about this. Either you want the old ways to remain or you want something new, right? So Yoshinobu has a bunch of daimyos under him that are like, dude, you're not even stopping these guys anymore. You're just literally just westernizing everything. This is ridiculous. We were supposed to have, at least some fair trade with these people. We were supposed to have some fair dealings with these people. You have let them run amok. You've westernized all of our stuff all of our stuff now. All of our military is now backed entirely by Western forces, and all of our stuff is trained by the West. We've had it. We've had it with you. Either you resign or we're going to revolt. And he resigns. And he resigns as shogun on November 19th, 1867. So remember that date. November 19th, 1867 is the end of the shogunate as we know it. That is the last shogun of Japan. And then the daimyos actually revolt. They just make it up. They're like, oh, we're going to revolt. And then they actually do revolt. So, civil war erupts at this point. It is between pro-imperial and pro-shogun forces. Pro-imperial forces want the emperor to be put back in charge of the empire. It's a guy named Meiji, Emperor Meiji, very charismatic young man. Not actually, he's just a young fella. The young guy is the hot new commodity in town because he is pro-modernization, pro-westernization of Japan. And we like pro-westernization and modernization because now our trade deals don't suck with everybody because we helped them out. And they kind of gave us better trade deals a little bit. The pro-shogun forces, however, end up being completely anti-imperial. They want the shogun to remain in charge. They want the emperor to die because he's pro-western. And they really, really, really hate the idea and the thought of the West having any type of, at least influence on Japan, right? It's the same Tokugawa mindset as ever. So, the Imperial forces are much better equipped. You remember how I was telling you that they were sending all their military leaders over to the West, and they were training them and modernizing their army and stuff like that? Well, modernizing the army stays with the ruling class, and the ruling class at this point is the emperor, and it has been for a few years now. The shogun's essentially the figurehead now. So the Emperor has a much better equipped force. Thanks, modernization. Appreciate you. It's literally an 1860 stack versus like 1600, 1700 stack. It's the difference between like a flintlock or a matchlock pistol versus like a repeater at this point. Not actually a repeater, but something equivalent, right? Like Kentucky long rifle versus like I don't know, like a Springfield or something like that. Like a Springfield for like the Civil War. And so the Imperial forces are better trained, they're better equipped, they have leaders that know what they're doing, and they decimate the shogunate's forces. They have a 4-to-1 casualty rate. Now, there's not great casualties. It's not like huge numbers. It's like 1,000 to 4,000. It's 1,000 for the Imperial forces and 4,000 for the shogunate's forces. So it's not some huge, like crazy, like death toll. Thank goodness. But they just obliterate them. The shogun's like, we can't even fight these guys. This is ridiculous. It's not even fair. And so the shogunate forces end up retreating, and they retreat up north to this place called Hokkaido. And Hokkaido's like this little island up on the very far north of Japan. Actually, I think it shows it right there. And they form a thing called the Republic of Ezo, and that is where the shogun is now. And then they ended that in 1869 with the Battle of Hakodate, which ends up being the one that takes over Hokkaido, and the Republic of Ezo is gone. The shogunate is done. Ding dong, the witch is dead, the Tokugawa are gone, and guess what? I love it. I love it. It's great. I'm a Japanese citizen right now. I love it. It's great. And this marks the beginning of Imperial Japan and the end of the Edo period. The Edo period's over. So what happens after the Edo period, right? Well, it depends on who you ask. There's a few people that are very influential, and there's one in particular that I was told by a Japanese citizen that if I did not talk about, they were going to disown me as a VTuber. So, this person is called Sakamoto Ryoma. Sakamoto Ryoma is a very low-ranking samurai who then becomes a ronin later in life. He sees the class disparity between the samurai, the daimyo, the shogun, and he's like, I'm really good at fighting still, even if I'm not really like too great at maybe being in a different class or whatever, but I'm very good at fighting. I don't know why we have these class differences. This is kind of stupid, don't you think? And so during I forget which, I want to say it was the Boshin War, he ends up uniting several warring groups together to fight for the Emperor. And it's called the Sacho Alliance, and he's actually one of the he's the diplomat that makes that happen. He's extremely pro-Emperor. He loves the Emperor to death. Specifically Meiji. He loves Meiji. Meiji is his guy. And he is very, very pro-Westernization, modernization. He helped found the first ever modern naval academy in Japan. I want to say it's actually still used today. From what I was reading, I didn't really go in depth with it because I was kind of getting crunched for time. But he ends up creating that program for the Japanese. And as we all know, the Japanese Navy from World War I to World War II is not to be trifled with. Those guys are crazy. They're really good at fighting on the open seas. If you don't believe me, ask the Americans. So he makes this thing after that called the 8-point program. And the 8-point program is a concept that he wrote up to present to the government as a way to now govern, with the emperor in charge and a list of political reforms that should be undertaken by the new imperial government to make everyone somewhat equal, right? There's obviously going to be some class disparity and stuff like that, but it overall, everyone's equal, right? There's freedom of speech, there's freedom of class mobility, there's, whatever you want to think about. That's a Western idea at the time, right? Freedom of religion, recruitment to have like an army and stuff like that. So it becomes the basis of this thing called a charter oath, and the charter oath we'll get into in just a second, but he is this humongous figure in Japan. And he talks about like this really weird, like, I think it's called like a Gibbs or something, like a Gibbo or something like that. It's like some, you know how like some anime characters are like, you know, cat girls and stuff, and they go like, I like Neko Arc, like Neko Arc goes Buranya, because he has like that nya in there. He does the same thing, but it's like some other sounding thing. The Japanese person who I was listening to last night told me that. It's very funny, but he talks very weird apparently, according to them. So Sakamoto Ryoma, very influential guy. That is him right there, and he unfortunately is assassinated at the Omiya Inn in Tokyo on December 10th, 1867. He is believed to be assassinated by pro-shogun forces who realized how much of influence he had on the emperor and on the formation of a new government. And he does not live to see his guy, Emperor Meiji, return to power, which is most unfortunate. But, you know what does happen to Meiji? The good news is, he is restored. And this is the Meiji Restoration. This is the event I was telling you guys about. The one event that changed the course of Japanese history forever. Then the Tokyo Revengers Strike Back. Yeah, literally. The Meiji Restoration, before, whenever I was talking about your one event that changed the course of Japanese history so that we have Hatsune Miku anime and video games, is this. This thing right here establishes Japan as the next great power in Asia. Without this thing happening right here, without this event happening, there is no Japanese Navy. There is no conquering of China. There is no conquering of Korea. There is no winning a war against Russia. There is no being a part of World War One and being at the negotiating table. There is no taking of the Pacific Islands at the negotiating table. There is no World War II. There is no Pearl Harbor. Therefore, there is no atomic bomb. Therefore, there is no Hello Kitty or Astro Boy or any anime. Therefore, there is no Vidya. And therefore, there is no Hatsune Miku. And that is my TED Talk. Sorry, I had to get on the tangent right there. Anyways, so what does the Meiji Restoration do? Oh, we have an ad break. Well, I'm going to sip some water while we wait. Hang on one second. Yum, yum, yum. I love water. So good. Everybody drink water. The splitting of the timelines. Literally. Yeah, we could have been in the Miku-less timeline, dude. Can you imagine that? Miku-less timeline? Oh, it's fate worse than death. Shaking my damn head right now. Shaking my damn head. A man of many faces and hats? Of course. Right away, sir. Do you have a preference of hat? Actually, I'm just going to do a random one. Max, I'm dying right now. Well, good. And we're all dying. That means you're alive. Let's see. Which one should I wear? Well, it's not Christmas. Ah, perfect. Excellent. How do I look? Ladies? Gentlemen? How do I look? Ooh. I think fancy. I think fancy is the word that's about to be said. Bad? Hey, don't say that. Don't say that, Gibbsy. That's not cool. Not very fun. Not very poggers of you, my friend. Thank you, Gibbs. Very cool. Samurai helmet. I don't have a samurai helmet, unfortunately. I wish. I've been looking all over for a samurai helmet asset. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so the Meiji Restoration, right? It reestablishes the emperor as the head of the government, right? So he's back on top. It happens January 3rd, 1868. Now, you should be calling this the Meiji Cabinet Restoration because Meiji did not pass any of these reforms. His cabinet did. And his cabinet listened very intently to Mr. Ryoma from before that we were talking about. Emperor Meiji becomes the first emperor of the Meiji period, which is the new period that happens after the Edo period. And they signed this thing called the Charter Oath. The Charter Oath is essentially, at this point, the quote-unquote Constitution of Japan. It is essentially a list of 5 promises that is given by the emperor to the people to make them, give them some ease, ease their tensions, essentially, because they don't know what to expect from an emperor taking over, right? So the Charter Oath has these promises, and I can pull it up real quick. So the Charter Oath, in this order, the 5 articles of the Charter Oath are as follows. Number 1, deliberative assemblies shall be established on an extensive scale, and all governmental matters shall be determined by public decisions. So, democracy. 2. All classes, high and low, shall unite to carry out vigorously the plan of government. So number 2, get rid of all class divisions. All classes are now gone. 3. All classes shall be permitted to fulfill their just aspirations so that there will be no discontent. Life, liberty, pursuit, happiness. 4. Evil customs of the past shall be discontinued, and new customs shall be based on the just laws of nature. So, that, I think, led to, if I'm remembering correctly, this could have been a little bit before this. There's a point in time where samurai start getting their swords confiscated in town, and I think that might be it. Don't quote me on that, though. As with all of these, if I say anything wrong, please correct me. Number 5, knowledge shall be sought throughout the world in order to promote the welfare of the empire. The 5th one is, we're literally going to go scan for all the best ideas, and we're going to bring all the best ideas back to Japan, and we're going to use them. Very, very. Actually, funnily enough, it kind of did, sort of, kind of, but not really. People in the army still followed it, and the reason why that is, we'll go over in just a little bit. You're locked in? All right, cool. I'm glad you're locked in. So, there's a mass restructuring of the government because of this. There's no more shogun, no more daimyo. There's no more samurai anymore. All these classes of the past are all gone. You have the emperor up at the top. You got all the people on the even playing field now. So, the people are all equal, as they should be, right? There's no class division. There's only wealth division at this point, right? Social structures are absolutely fundamentally changed from this. There's social mobility for the first time ever. So people can go from low, medium, and high, like low, middle, and high class society based off of who they're in with, based off of their rank and file between people that they know, based off of who they're married to, based off of wealth. And it's a much more fluid structure than the rigid Tokugawa shogunate has had for the last 200 and some odd years. Very different, very different. They adopt so many Western ideas, it makes your head spin, and they modernize like fucking crazy. So one of those is that Japan actually establishes a standing army. And so, we get into the saddest part of this all. That is called the Satsuma Rebellion. So, after they establish an army, there is a point in time of which samurai don't have a class anymore. They're kind of like left out in the wind. They're not given anything. They're not left with anything to look at. They're not left with any goals. They essentially all become ronin overnight. There's no master for them anymore, except for the emperor. Shogun's gone. The daimyo are gone. They're just people now. They're people with swords who are really good at sword fighting, right? They're essentially fencers. So these people get really upset because the emperor essentially promised them, like, we're going to have a better class. Well, it's better for everybody else except for the samurai now. The samurai were the ones who fought the war. Why aren't we having, better conditions? And one of the guys who fought for him is a guy named Saigo Takamori. And Saigo Takamori is very big samurai at this time. He's portrayed by, I believe, if I'm remembering right, he is portrayed by Nobunaga Oda. He's portrayed by Ken Watanabe in The Last Samurai, which we are going to watch a clip from in just a second. I just have to pull it up. And his argument is, well, we have all these samurai, right? They're warriors. They can fight. Why don't we send them to Korea? We can go annex Korea right now. Korea's really weak. We're really strong. Let's go fight Korea. Korea. And the emperor goes, maybe. Let me ask my government real quick. And the, OMG, it's Bams. Hello, Bamboo Hajime Mashite. How are you? And so the government and the Meiji cabinet end up saying, well, why in the world would we send you to Korea? We're not going to annex Korea right now. Not yet, at least. We have a lot of planning to do. We got to fix the inside of this country first. We got to fix the internals. We can't worry about outside stuff, too. This is ridiculous. And so Saigo, who is a part of the government, ends up leaving the government. And so he's a part of the people who feel betrayed, and he ends up going and living in a place called Satsuma. Satsuma's in the southwest of Japan, way down on an island. And there are people in the Meiji cabinet who really don't like Saigo Takamori. It's not the emperor himself, it's the cabinet that's around him. And so, to protect the interests of the emperor at this time, as he is a brand new fledgling emperor, and it's in the middle of one of the most tumultuous times in Japanese history, they start sending assassins down to kill Saigo Takamori, because he is a pro... they were afraid of pro-samurai sentiment. The samurai were very strong still. They were very smart about tactics, and if they ended up getting Western technology and gathering some more support, they could overthrow the Japanese government. We could go back to having a shogunate again. Well, so these these assassins that they hired are cartoon characters, and they start slipping over banana peels inside of Saigo's house, and they fall flat on their face, and Saigo goes, "Are you an assassin?" They go, "Yeah." And he kills them. And Saigo's like, he asks the other one, he's like, "Who are you working for?" And he goes, "Oh, the emperor hired us." And so Saigo goes, "Okay, I see how it is. All right. Yeah, fuck the emperor. I'm going to go fight him." And so he starts marching. He marches up north. And he starts fighting, and he starts fighting, and he starts fighting. And there's all these battles. And he loses every single one of them. He doesn't win a single one. And his forces start getting decimated. And the Battle of Shiroyama on September of 1877, September 24th. The samurai are outnumbered 600 to 30,000. 600 to 30,000. I'll say that again. 600 to 30,000. They are demolished. They get killed in seconds. They put up a strong fight. Well, not seconds, but they get killed in a matter of hours. They put up a strong fight at first, and it ends up really not turning out so great. And there's a scene from The Last Samurai that I do want to show you all. So I'm going to lower this. But essentially what this is it's the end of the Age of Samurai. All the samurai that we know, all these samurai that fought against the, the anti-Western forces, and now people who fought against the pro-Empire forces are now dead. So I'm going to pull up real quick this little number right here, and I'm going to turn on window capture mode. Is this right? I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to pull up okay, let's see here. That's the forest battle. We're going the last battle, I think. I think it's like maybe like 20 minutes or so. That's not it. That's not it. Hang on one second, guys. Whoops. Okay, so we're just gonna watch the last 3 scenes of this, and that'll be very fun for everybody. All right. Turn off this right now, and we'll put up this. Okay, so they're fighting, right? They're getting shot at. Tom Cruise is kicking ass. And if you see right there, right, the samurai are getting shot, right, because they have, like, freaking paper and wood armor. And they're getting shot by bullets, and so it's, like, ripping, like, clean through them, right? And so there's, like, this big swarm, and this is, like, where they're fighting, and they're having, like, their last stand. Well, there is I think a lull in the fight at some point where the Western forces retreat, right? They run back.
Son of a bitch thinks he can win.
And the samurai are still getting shot and killed, right? Takes a while. The Western forces retreat. There's a bunch of bodies on the field, right? So what ends up happening is they have this. I think it's this one. I think they have like this last charge. So I think this is actually based on like a real thing that happened. Daigo like lines up all of his men in this cavalry charge, and he just sends them at the Western forces. There's probably like 100 to 200 of them left at this point, if that, maybe a few dozen. The Western forces obviously have cannons, they have guns.
This is madness. He's going to attack?
Yes.
Ken Watanabe, brilliant actor. Tom Cruise, brilliant actor. Hiroyuki Sanada, brilliant
He's
actor.
defeated. He must accept his shame.
And so, of course, they get their swords out.
All of them. Now! My horse!
And the Western general is too good to shoot them all. Of course, that never happened in history. That did not happen. The Western general is not too good to shoot them, for sure. Alright, so when we're talking about the guy, Saigo Takamori is this guy. Tom Cruise is a fictional character. He's like in this movie, he's like a U.S. soldier who's like a drunk, and he gets kidnapped by like his Japanese in like the forest after a battle, and it's a whole story. You should watch the movie, it's very good. But they do this charge, and content warning, it gets kind of bloody. Content warning, gets kind of graphic. So I'm gonna put on the filter real quick for children's, so that their eyes don't bleed and they don't squeal to what the hell, where is my stuff at? Hello, bruh. Okay, there we go. I couldn't see my cursor for a second. Oh wow, okay, they're just not kind of classification. Alright, let's see. Let's go with violent graphic depiction. Okay, boom, done. All right, so stream is successfully updated. I'm going to play this now. If you are still watching, or you do not want to see fake movie gore for a charge that is interesting and historically possibly accurate, don't watch. That's my one warning. You're gonna get none more. All right, let's play. Oh, they coming. They're shooting cannons at the people on horseback, of course. That's not going to work out too well. Dozen of them left at this point. And they're about to volley fire into them. They dropped that. I just realized, wait a minute. Yeah, I just realized something. Hold up. They have bolt action rifles and they're like volley firing, like they're using flintlocks or something, like matchlock pistols. This is ridiculous. No, Hiroyuki Sanada, no! he stabs him with a sword. Like that. That's how you use a sword. And they run through the western lines, and they get all the way up to the end, and then a Gatling gun takes them out. Okay, I didn't know if the other part was going to be on, so I just put that warning on there for no reason. But that's essentially it. That's all I wanted to show. It's a good scene. It's a good scene. But yeah, so these guys end up getting destroyed, decimated, shot to death, whatever you want to call it. And they die. They die very, very horribly. And the guy, Saigo, is actually looked upon pretty favorably after this. Let me turn back on my stuff here. Saigo is looked on pretty favorably after this, actually. He's pardoned posthumously after he dies by the Emperor, funnily enough, because he is a person that is seen as a tragic hero and a tragic casualty of the modernization and westernization that had to happen for Japan to get where the people want it. And he is given a statue. He's remembered very fondly in Japan to this day. And Saigo Takamori is well remembered. So, what happens after that? The Age of the Samurai is over. We don't have no more to talk about, guys. What happens? Well, there is some things that happen still. Funnily enough, the samurai tradition kind of carries on with the military. Teacher, can I have your glass? Bro. Alright. This is going to be easy to read, I promise. Okay. 1 second. Is it this one? Oh, that's not that one. Is it that one? Or not that one? Is it that one? No, not that one. That one? No, not that one. That one? No, not that one. This one? There we go. I fixed it. Haha. Okay. So, what happens? What happens? Bushido, which is the code that which these samurai live by, right? It ends up getting implemented into the standing military, and so codes of Bushido are still very rampant throughout Japanese military structures during this time. They have massive amounts of respect for the samurai tradition that had happened before them. They have massive respects for Saigo. And so they end up carrying it on, and it's actually something that the Emperor puts in the real constitution that comes later. And so, post-restoration events. What happens after the Meiji Restoration that's really big for Japan? And this is where we get to the actual end of the Meiji period as well. Meiji Constitution is enacted in November 29th of 1890. Essentially what that does is it is a formal constitution that is written up based off of the Charter Oath, the 8-point program that Mr. Ryoma put out, and a few other Western ideas, and it establishes a new formal constitution for the Meiji dynasty, or the Meiji government, rather. After that, Japan realizes it's pretty powerful now. And it starts having these issues with these guys named China. I don't know if you ever heard of China. But Japan and China have this long-standing history of not liking each other very well. And it starts really heavily happening, like right here. And that is August 1st, 1894 to April 17th, 1895. The First Sino-Japanese War. So Sino is Chinese, by the way. So Sino means Chinese. And that is the first major conflict by the Japanese with a foreign country ever in history. They fight and win the First Sino-Japanese War and end up capturing a little bit of land from China. Afterwards, they fight, they get a little part of Korea. What we now know as Korea was China back then. They have a little part of Korea, they have a little part of Manchuria, and they fight the Russians after this, because the Russians are trying to build a giant railway to the sea so that they can build a warm water port, because that's what Russia always does. And Russia doesn't really think that Japan can really beat them alone. And they might be wrong. So what happens is you have two events that happen. The first thing is whenever Japan declares war on Russia, they sign a treaty with the British. The Japanese and the British end up signing a fun little treaty together that ends up really working in the Japanese favor. They invade the Russian territories of Manchuria, and they end up conquering a substantial amount of it. They destroy the railway. They really just an embarrassing defeat for Russia, and this is actually what starts to begin like the really big spin down the communism like overthrow rabbit hole. If you really want to get into it, they're absolutely just oh god, it's a bad war for the Russians. They get attacked, like Moise said, in a Pearl Harbor style attack where they get bombed from like planes and stuff, or not bombed from planes, but they get like attacked from ships and shit like that. And they bomb this port. I think one of the calls like Port Arthur, maybe. I don't think that's right, but something like that. And the Russian Navy, like a sizable amount of their fleet's actually on the west side of the country, so like the Western fleet has to like go all the way around the world. And because they can't pass through the Suez Canal or anything like that, because the British, I'm trying to remember, is the Suez Canal around during this time? Maybe not. Maybe not. Might be wrong there, but don't worry about that. Thank you for the posture check. But even if I am wrong, it's okay. They have to go all the way around. Is the main crux of the statement I'm trying to get through. They have to go all the way around Europe, all the way around Africa, all the way around India, all the way around Southeast Asia, and then finally arrive in the waters near Japan. And all of them are sick or dying and very poorly healthed and haven't eaten in a while. And they start boiling their shoes to eat them because they've lost a bunch of ships. And the Japanese destroy their fleet as soon as they see them. And they end up winning the Russo-Japanese War, and it is the first time that a modern Asian nation wins a war against a European power. That is the first time that ever happens. And it is great for Japan. Japan gets to take all these territories in Manchuria, and they take a little island called Sakhalin, and they take that, which is right above Hokkaido. And they are feeling froggy, so they go and they annex Korea into their own territory, and so the Chinese no longer have a claim to it because it's a part of Japan. So now it's a core part of Japanese territory on August 22nd, 1910. And then finally, the end of the Meiji period, at least for our Meiji that we're talking about, is Emperor Meiji dies on July 30th, 1912. Rest in peace to the reformer. You were right, it was around. The Suez Canal was around? Oh, based. Okay. Yeah, they couldn't use the Suez because the British signed that trade agreement, or the treaty with the Japanese, so they wouldn't let them through Gibraltar or the Suez Canal. If I'm remembering, I think they also own Gibraltar. I think Gibraltar's harder to get through, though, because they don't actually have a thing on it. Anyways, I like this painting. This painting is really nice. Okay, so what's next? The conclusion. Samurai are cool and I love Miku. Based. That's it. We did it, guys. We did it. We went through all of Japanese history. Yippee! All the important bits. We did it. Yippee! Yippee! Okay. Here's my sources. Britannica, Matthew Perry, American Commodore. Britannica. National Archives, The Opening of Japan. Commodore Perry, Matthew Perry in Japan. History.com, Perry's Opening of Japan. Commodore Perry's 1853 Expedition to Japan. Japan Encyclopedia, Louis Frederick. Comprehensive historical references of Japanese instances such as the Morrison Incident, Perry's expeditions, and the end of Sakoku. Edo Tokyo Museum Archives, Japanese Foreign Relations from Sakoku to the Kanagawa Treaty. The National Diet Library in Japan, documents on Japanese foreign policy at this website. If you want to go look up some great sources, they have a lot. Asia for Educators, Columbia University, Commodore Perry's mission to Japan, and Tokyo National Museum artifacts and documents on Perry's expeditions and Japan's isolation. Very cool sources, very epic. All right. Now, any questions? Does anybody have any questions? Anybody have any questions at all? Anything. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's related to the subject at hand. As I drink my water. Anybody who wants to know anything at all or has any questions. Maybe Gibbsy. Maybe Gibbsy has a question about something that we didn't cover from her notes, perhaps. Something that she doesn't understand, so that I could cover it and help her understand it maybe better, perhaps. What happened in Nanking? that's not this time period, brother. That's the wrong time period. And also it's called Nanjing. Thank you very much. It's called Nanjing. Nanking. You mean Nanjing? There's a really good movie about that, actually. It's called something Roses. It's got Christian Bale's like a freaking I think it's Christian Bale. Christian Bale's like a preacher or something that like helps people hide from the Japanese Imperial Army during their takeover of China. Gibbsy, what part of your stuff that you were studying that is about any of the parts that we just covered did you not understand? Any questions that you have? Anything related to it? You can ask anything. TBH, I understand like 65 or 70% of this, but that's because a lot of info and I'm already tired. Bruh. Okay, fine. No questions. All right, cool. All right, guys. Quiz time. It's quiz time. I hope you guys took... Oh. I hope you guys took notes. You had school today? Oh. Wah. Why you look so good with that glass? Hey, yo, chill, my brother. Come on now. There's a quiz? Yeah, I know. I know you didn't, Bams. You know why I know you didn't? Because you weren't here. You weren't here. Oh, I look so good without glasses. It's crazy, bro. It's fitting that Yap and Bams are talking next to each other after both of their crazy comments about my fucking character. Why is Yap awake so early? I don't know. Why are you awake so early? Fuck, I'm gonna die right now. Okay. Teacher gave me his glasses because I can't see. Yeah, it's true. You're 1 hour late to the history class. Well, I'll take that into consideration. I'll ask individually, I'll ask you all one question. And if you get it right, you get a gold star. Oh, hi, welcome back from the ads. Hello. I can't fucking read the photos I took because I couldn't read the fucking board. I'm cooked. Yeah, dude, you have to actually take notes. It's crazy. It's like I said to take notes. Bruh. Ha! Give you his glasses so you can see your better future, or your future better. Oh my god. Jesus. Yikes. I can't read the board to take notes in this class. Are you talking about your teacher or mine? This guy. All my students. All my students are morons! Wait, where's the... Wait, where is it? Wait. Is it here? Hello? That's not right. Damn. I'm just joking, Bams. It's a joke. It's a joke, Bams. It wasn't being real. Me never take notes. And this is why you were a C student in school. I'm sorry, that was mean. I felt bad after saying that. Yummy, more water. Okay, let's go down the list of people who are in here right now. So, let's go. Irella, you're the first question. What is the name of the Warring States period of Japanese history? What is the Japanese name for it? We're waiting. Warring State? Yeah. No? No, the Japanese name for it. I give you a hint. Starts with an S. And I said it about 1,000 times. Oh dear. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ella, come on now. You don't know this. Well, you don't have to know this, Gibbsy. Not now, at least. At least for your class right now that you're covering. It is good background information, though. That's why I covered all of it, because I was like, I've already done all this research. I'm just going to do all of this. Because it all pertains to each other, because you're not going to have the Meiji Restoration without the rise of the samurai. You're not going to have the isolationism and the colonialism and all this other shit that happens after Japan becomes a modernized country. Sengoku, correct. The Sengoku period. Yeah, correct. You could also call it the Sengoku Jidai, the Sengoku era, or the Sengoku period. Either of them are right. But Sengoku, I'll take. Okay, let's go with Bams. Bams. Are you there, Bams? Hello, Bams? Are you spinning the wheel? Huh? Yes, wait, what? Huh? What? Yes. You're busy? You better not be busy. I'm joking. You can't call us if you don't spin the wheel. Spin the wheel? I don't have a wheel to spin. Bruh. I need to finish my work. I can't believe this. On Twitch on the job. Jesus Christ. No, what I was going to say is, let's go. Okay, you know what, Yap? Since you want to speak up and spin the wheel. You spun the wheel for yourself, buddy. You spun my head towards you. How about that? Okay, Yap. What is the name of the U.S. Commodore that did 2 expeditions to Japan? Crickets. Crickets. Wait. I should play Jeopardy theme while I'm doing this. Stop giving hints. Stop giving hints. Yeah, bruh. Yap. Fail. F. F. Big F. Big. Okay, Gibbsy, you want to steal one? Go ahead. Go ahead, Gibbsy. You can answer that question. What's his name? You should have more confidence in yourself and believe in yourself. That's what I would say about that. I'm gonna put on Jeopardy music now. All right, children, come on now. No, it's not. You better answer soon, kiddo. You're gonna fail the class. Goodness gracious. Gibbsy. F. F. Big ol' F. Big fat F. Boo. Boo. You didn't answer. You didn't answer. This is 100% of your grade. Actually, I'll be fair to you. I'll give you a question. I'll give you a question that's fair. You said Perry. When did you say Perry? You didn't even type Perry. Oh, you said, is it Perry? That's correct. It is Commodore Perry. You are right. Good job. You did it. Okay. Yap has an F. Gibbsy has an A. Irella also has an F, because she also didn't... Oh, no, she has an A too. I forgot. Sengoku, she answered right. And then Bams obviously always has an F, because she didn't even take any notes. And we're waiting on, I believe, Mr. Moist Virtuoso to get back so we can ask him a question. So, we'll be waiting. Yeah, good job. Yeah, clap it up. Clap it up for our 2-star pupils, Gibbsy and Irella. Very good, you two. Very good, very good. Okay. F is disgrace. I know, right? Yo. I'm about to Senpuku. Senpuku does not mean the same thing. It's not the same thing. Okay. I'm gonna give you one more chance, Yap. I'm gonna give you a good little chance here. What was the name? You have an F because you didn't take notes and also you refused to answer questions. Bruh, don't bonk me. What is the name of the event that restored the emperor to the this is for Yap, by the way. What is the name of the event that restored the emperor to the throne of Japan? Stop bonking me. I'm about to take your privileges away. Alright, that's it. You're getting timed out, buddy. You're getting timed out. I'm gonna time you out. I'm gonna time you out. I'll do it. Don't make me do it. I'll do it. You have one more chance. No, my God. No, don't actually. Dude, what the fuck? Jet! No! JP, what the fuck, man? No! Meiji's correct. Dude, untimed them out. You dang dingus. I was joking. Oh my God. Dude, you almost died there, Gibbsy. I saved you. You better put some respect on my name, buddy. Oh, since JP's here and he was watching the entire time. Hey, JP, what's the name of the reformer that was instrumental in creating the Constitution for Japan? Bam's got shot. Bruh. True. Yap, you did good. You got 100%. Actually, you got 50%. But I gave you a chance to redeem, so I'll say 100. I should have taken notes. Please don't fail me. I'm going to fail you. You're going to be failed. You're going to have a big fat F next to your name. You better answer, buddy. You better give me something. You got 5 seconds. You got 2 questions because you missed the first one. Silly guy. This guy doesn't get it. 2 easy questions. Damn. Gibbsy's feeling really confident, apparently. Gibbsy must want 5 questions, is what I'm hearing. Is that what I'm hearing, Gibbsy? You said you want 5 questions? No. Wait. Failed in class so that you can keep coming for his class. Yes, correct. Absolutely. I agree with that. No, I'm joking. Don't fail my class on purpose to come back. You can just come back for free. It's here for free. I do this for love, not for anything else. Except for money. I love money. Give me money. Give me money. I'm joking. Or am I? No, I'm joking. Or am I? Not joking. Okay. Anyways, I think that's enough quiz time. I don't know if Moist is coming back, so I'll just give him a C or something to pacify him in the meantime. So, how did we like the lesson, everybody? Did everybody enjoy the lesson on the Rise and Fall of Samurai? Did everybody enjoy it? I hope so. I put a lot of effort and time into it. That'd be really cool if you guys could tell me if you like it or not. Bad, I had to see you. Oh, man. Typical Gibbsy response. Yeah, Irella. Typical Irella response, too. Not gonna lie. It was good, Max. Oh, my God. Gibbsy said something nice for once. Wow. Holy crap. There's a first time for everything, isn't there? She really is Datsky. JP, did you like it? How about Yap? How about Bams? Did Bams, Yap, or anyone else like it? Just you two liked it? It's okay. It's okay if you didn't. You can give me critiques too. I take all types of critiques. If you think it sucked, you can tell me also. Or if I miss something. I really appreciate it when people tell me if I miss something. Because the whole point of this is so I can actually teach subjects properly. So if I miss something or I misspoke on something, or you want me to edit or correct something, please let me know. That'd be most epic of you. And in the background, we're going to have a little shamisen playing. It was very bad. Oh, okay. Thanks, Gibbsy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gibbsy. Thanks. Thanks. Can I rewind an hour and pick it up from there? Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, of course, dude. I spaced out, bruh. What are we gonna do with you? You're my mod, too. This is crazy. That's wild. That's wild. My mod doesn't even watch me. I can't believe this. SMH. SMH. I played Minecraft this whole time. I know you did. That's why it took you so long to answer Commodore Perry. All right. I think we're pretty much finished here. I want to say. I was gonna cover something else, but I think I'll just cover that Saturday, Friday. I don't know. I'm thinking about streaming Friday. What do you guys think? Stream Friday? Question mark. Stream Friday, like I don't know, like 4 o'clock Central Time, 7, 8, 9 o'clock Central Time. I don't know, something, sometime. I have no idea. I have to see you more often. You type an awful lot in my chat for somebody who doesn't like seeing me, buddy. Anyways. So, everyone, I hope you enjoyed our little lesson tonight. I appreciate everybody coming, as always. Stream until Friday? Yeah, I'll just stream until Friday. Exactly. Yeah, correct. Max, where is Bam's fan art? Oh, that's right. I forgot. Oh, that's right. You're so right. You're so real for that. I have to add Bam's art to the fridge. Hang on. Un momento, por favor. Let's see. Where's it at? Did I download it? I think so. There's like a minimum 4 hours. From now until Friday? Yeah, kinda. Timed out on my stream. Wait, JP, did you time out Bams or Gibbsy? Oh my god, dude, you fucking... Oh my god, you timed out Bams, you dumb. Dude, let Bams back. Where the fuck is Bam? How do I untime out somebody? I'm a boomer. Help. Dude. JP, you better get back here, buddy. You better start talking soon. I'm about to ban you, buddy. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Bruh, it's Bams _ Hajime. I can't believe you just blocked. Bruh, don't block Bams. Bams is cool. What the hell? Poor Bams didn't even deserve that. Gibbsy deserved that. That was a Gibbsy deserving thing to do. What the?
Sound the alarm, there's a raid.
Inky! Hi! What? Hi, everybody!
White just rated us with 10 viewers.
Hi! Hi, Inky. How's it going? Hello, everybody! Welcome to my stream. My name is Max Forge. I am a history teacher VTuber. We just got done talking about the Sengoku Jidai and Meiji Restoration period of Japan, the rise and fall of samurai. It was pretty cool. And right now, we're trying to unban somebody because my mod accidentally banned someone. And I don't know how. So it's great. It's fantastic. Tell us about the past, bread man.
Top of the morning to you, teacher.
No, thank you for the follow, Liquid. Thank you very much. Tell us about the past, bread man. I'll tell you about the past. Actually, you know what? I'll go for a little bit longer. How about that? I was actually about to close stream as soon as you like, but I'll go for a little bit longer. All good. All good. Welcome in, everybody. If you need to take a break, get a snack, or take some water, please feel free to do so. I'll be playing for a little bit longer. So, anyways. Welcome in, El. Welcome in. Oh, Lop, hello. I didn't even see you up there. You're all the way up at the top. Bro said I'm gonna shake my booty. Oh, thank you. Hello. Okay. I have a fan art from a friend of ours of the show named Bams. Bams is the one who got banned, by the way. But I'm saving this real quick so I can put it up on the fridge. Ouch! Why would you do that? Let's see here. Bams' artwork. I found it. There it is. Look at that. It's me! It's me! Oh my goodness. Put that right up there with the rest of them. Boom. Perfect. Right at the fridge. Wait. I gotta put that behind something. Hang on a second. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Wait a minute. Oh well. It'll just stay there. I don't care. Anyways, hi everybody. Bams. I'm so sorry that my mod is a big stupid dumb and that he banned you. I'm so sorry for that. We were looking at your beautiful artwork. Thank you very much for making this for me. Everybody give Bams a round of applause for this beautiful artwork. It's very cute. I love it. I love it. Very, very epic. Very poggers. Oh my god. It's Max Forge. Up on my fridge. Another one. And another one. And another one. I have way too many pictures of people. I'm going to have like an entire background just of people's fan art if I keep interacting with artists. I swear to God I will. So, anyways. What were we talking about? Oh, right. Yeah. You just missed the stream, but I will probably post the PowerPoint and or the video, the VOD after the stream. So if you guys want to like go through it yourselves, you can always do that. Aside from that, though, I did want to go over one thing that I had from a viewer. And it was a question that we talked about a little bit earlier. So I'm just gonna read my response to it real quick. So the question was posed to me as the history man, trademarked history guy, the history guy. It was proposed to me. They asked me who I thought was the best commander in history, the best military commander in history. And I told them, I have a few, and why do you ask? And he says, well, I think it only comes down to two people for me. It's Khalid ibn al-Walid, who is the leader of the rise of the Muslim Caliphate after the death of Muhammad, who had supposedly 100 battles that he never lost, or Napoleon Bonaparte, who is the former emperor of France. And so I made a huge response to this guy that is very long, and essentially I said that my top five, in this order, were Alexander the Great at number 1, Napoleon at number 2, Julius Caesar at number 3, Frederick the Great at number 4, and Genghis Khan at number 5. And I gave him reasons for why this is, for each one of the different people that we're talking about here. So all these different commanders. So I don't want to break down every single commander that we're talking about. That does depend on criteria judgment. And that's why I asked this question to him at the start. I said, so for your original question, I would say it depends on who you define as the best commander, or how you define it. Is it the love and admiration of their troops? Is it the number of soldiers that they commanded? How much power they held in their own country? Is it the way that they administrated their army and their nation? Is it the amount of military victories? How many losses they suffered to their wins? Is it how they learned from their defeats, if they had a lot of defeats? Is it strategies that they used or invented that no one else was using? Is it that they changed warfare forever? Is it the comparison of their equipment versus the enemy's equipment? Is it the amount of land that they conquered? What is the criteria that we're talking about here? Oh, hi, Wyvern. Welcome in. That's the second person named Wyvern that followed me today, by the way. Very epic. Hi, Wyvern. So I proposed this question to him, and I said, I think perhaps it's probably all of them together. In some format or another, you can probably ask W Streamer. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, you're awesome. It depends on how you phrase the question, but I think every single great commander in my list has the criteria that I mentioned and really checks all the boxes across the board for are they great in every one of these categories. And I think the top 5 for me is definitely yes. Alexander the Great. Well, actually, let's go from the bottom to the top. Genghis Khan conquered more land than pretty much anyone else in history. Now, that being said, there wasn't many people on some of that land. However, the amount of land that he was able to administer and the amount of changes and reforms that he had in his administration throughout history, very interesting, very unique for Asia specifically, and the way he united. Oh my god, I need only 5 more to get to 100 people? Oh wow, that's awesome. Thank you. Haha, thanks for telling. But Genghis Khan, I think that's why he's number 5 for me, right? It's the amount of changes that he had inside of Asia, how he administrated his kingdom, how he unified Mongolia, how he spread out his land holdings, how he destroyed his enemies, and the amount of people that he decimated. And I mean, literally just wiped off the face of the earth is crazy. Where would I put Nobunaga? So I talked about this in stream. Nobunaga Oda, to me, had he not been forced to commit seppuku, I think he probably would have been in my top 10. I don't know if he would have been number 1 though, or number in the top 5. And the only reason I say that is because, comparatively speaking, with strategies, Nobunaga was very unique in that he used muskets that were not available to other people that he was fighting around him. And by the time that he actually implemented his tactics, the amount of land he had to conquer left was like little to none. I think he had to fight like maybe the Date up north, and I think that's pretty much it. Which the Date were a strong enemy, and that's why Toyotomi finally fought them later on. But yeah, that's a interesting question. After Genghis Khan is obviously Frederick the Great. I think he's the greatest commander in probably German military history. All these are pre-1900s, by the way, and I separate them because I think anything that's after 1900, it's hard for you to conquer big swaths of land because you have giant empires that are using like colonial tactics that are not really like conquering things. It's not like you're like not Arthur Wellesley or anyone like that who like conquers tons and tons of land or like fights back against tons of people. There's no Napoleons of like the 20th and 21st centuries, right? Like, and if they are, they're like leaders of countries. They don't actually command anyone. But anyways, and I think you can also break down like the difference between like World War I, World War II, and then like modern day generals or like more modern wars like Vietnam or Korea or like 7 Days War or something like that. After Genghis Khan, Frederick the Great, for me, his way that he used tactics, he literally wrote the book on how to be an Enlightenment monarch, which is revolutionary for a monarch to be both intelligent, highly intelligent, I would argue, as well as being a brilliant tactician and a great warrior as well. He lost a lot, but that was also because he had some of the greatest minds in Europe fighting him in coalitions, and he fought 4 people at a time, usually, which is why he doesn't rank higher on the list, because if he didn't have to fight all those coalitions, he probably would have taken over all of Europe. After him, right? If you haven't read Anti-Machiavel, by the way, good book for you to read. If you've never read Anti-Machiavel, very good book. It's a treatise on how to run a kingdom as an absolute monarch. After him is Julius Caesar, and Julius Caesar is because of his conquering of Gaul, his unification of Rome after the Civil War, and his administrative powers and his political career. His political career is very impressive. especially for one that was as young as he was. Very, very impressive indeed. After him, we have I don't have my glasses on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read this. Or not Alexander the Great. We have Napoleon Bonaparte. I think that one speaks for itself. He conquered almost all of Europe, and he literally almost pushed the British to the brink of like not being an empire anymore. Like it was pretty impressive how he fought. The only bad notes in history about him are like the Peninsular War and Waterloo. And that's it. Like that's pretty much it. Like everything else is just it's sparkling. Is the way he took over France, the way he commanded. I mean, he's the best military tactician I think in history. And then the way that his troops adored him to the point where they literally rose back up after he got exiled and then came back and he still was in power is pretty crazy to me. I hope my fans are that adoring of me. Anyways, number one is obviously Alexander the Great, the amount of land that he conquered in the short amount of time that he did, at the age that he did, and the way that he won battles and literally snatched victories from the jaws of defeat. And then also just outmaneuvered every other person. Just it's crazy. Oh my goodness, there's so many examples I can point to for him. Just like Gaugamela, Isis, or Isis, I think is actually how you say that. But I mean, it's crazy. You would behead a monarch for me? Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Inky. Haha. Thanks, Max. I guess I'm gonna go to bed now. All right. If you need any more tutoring or anything like that, let me know. I'll be here. Any questions that you have about history, I am here to answer them. That is my job as the history guy. All right. Good night. Good night, Gidzy. Good night. Good night. Good night. But essentially, I said all that, gave him all the stat breakdowns and everything. And then the last thing that I did is I also said, well, why was Khalid ibn al-Walid, why is he not talked about very much as a great historical general? And I said, well, there's like 5 reasons for that. There's 5 or so reasons, right? Number 1, scale of his conquests. Number 2 is his strategic and tactical innovations. Number 3 is his political administrative power. Number 4 is his global legacy. And then number 5 is his learning from his defeats. Oh, excuse me, it's 6, sorry. And there's also lack of historical consistency and personal bias. And I think that one's the one that really kind of pushes him over. So if you don't know this about Middle Eastern historians, specifically of the Islamic variety at this time, Khalid ibn al-Walid was the general that controlled the Muslim army whenever I think it's called the Rashanud or something like that, caliphate was getting big. It was essentially spreading Islam throughout the Middle East and North Africa. There is a lot of stuff we don't know about that time period. And the reason we don't know about Ibn al-Walid specifically is because all of his information that we have about him historically, aside from what's in the Quran, is from a guy named oh my goodness, what's his name? I think it's Ibn Ishaq. Ibn Ishaq is a Muslim historian that was alive 100 years after al-Walid was in power. The problem with using him as a source and trying to actually find information about Ibn al-Walid, you cannot take somebody who was born 100 years after and then take that as an eyewitness account of what happened at a battlefield. And the problem with that is, here's the big one. There's a battle called the Battle of Mu'tah. At the Battle of Mu'tah, Muslim forces were fighting the Byzantine Empire, right? And it was kind of close to like where modern day Jordan is. So, according to Islamic tradition, the Muslim army, which was vastly outnumbered, faced a difficult situation after several of their commanders were killed. Okay? So al-Walid takes command, and he does this tactic, which is like he marches like these people with banners. He like changes their banners, and he like puts like different spins on it. And they think that the Byzantines think that he's getting reinforced overnight. What he's actually doing is he's shepherding people out of the camp quietly throughout the rest of the night. And it's a successful retreat. Well, he saves the Muslim forces from that, but the problem is whenever Islamic sources are talking about this battle, and we know about this battle because there was Byzantine historians at the battle, Ibn Ishaq, they framed the battle as like this victory for the Muslim side, which it's not. It's a defeat. It's a resounding defeat. They have to retreat. And they're vastly outnumbered because their forces got decimated earlier in the day. So instead of portraying it as a defeat, they don't do that because they are, I would argue, religiously motivated and also somewhat politically motivated, to make it seem as though there was like this divine intervention and that Khalid's successful withdrawal and the prevention of the destruction of his army was actually this sign from Allah that, they were meant to win. It's a divine favor or whatever. The problem with that is, right, if you're going to do history like that, and you're going to write it back, tactical retreat, exactly. Still a defeat, though, technically speaking. The problem with that is whenever they write about him in history books, all the history about him is all from Muslim scholars, like, pretty much. And the only ones that aren't from Muslim scholars are, like, kind of biased sources towards Europeans, like Byzantines or something like that. So it's hard to actually discern if it's real that he actually won all these battles, or if he lost some, or if anything that we know about him is true. He could have just been like one of like 5 different people that all won big battles, and they just grouped them all together into one person, because that's what they did with Longinus, which is the guy that supposedly stabbed Jesus in the side to make sure he was dead after the resurrection. Technically, same thing happened to him. They don't know who that guy actually is, so the church made up a whole story about him being this blind guy who stabbed Jesus in the side, and he touched the blood on the spear, and then he rubbed it across his eyes on accident, and then he could see, and then he saw this giant, crazy, catastrophic event in the sky, and he turned into a Christian, and it was like a whole thing. Like, there's a lot of examples like that in history where people use religious context to actually give historical lessons, and sometimes they tie things in together, or portrays things in a certain way that makes it sound like, oh, this is historically accurate. It's actually religiously motivated. But I digress. Very, very common, actually. It's very common. If you actually start looking in the sources, there's a lot of things like that. I remember when I was doing the Hatfields and the McCoys research for one of my streams, one of the people that was the source that I was getting some of the information from, I was reading through his stuff, and he was talking about my cousin, Ants McCoy or something, or Ants Hatfield or whatever his name was. And I was like, oh, so you're literally just biased. You're from that family. You're going to portray it in a very particular and certain way. Like, I should probably delete all this information I just learned from you. You have to be taking certain things with a grain of salt. Like, or if you're going to present them, you should present them with the added criteria, which is what I did. That this person might be biased and this might be false information. Especially if you can't find it anywhere else. Very much take it with a grain of salt. Anything you hear or anything like that, make sure you research it, because if you can't find it in historical text, or you can't find it from like a quick Google search, or check at the library, 9 times out of 10 it's probably fake thing. So yeah, welcome to my TED Talk. That was it. Anything else? Anybody have any questions or anything? Anybody want to say anything? Anybody want to ask me anything? I'm here. If anyone wants to know anything, I can be tested or whatever. My source? I made it the fuck up. Literally. I see. Always research. Yes, correct. Always research. Always research. Even the worst thing you can do is have an opinion about something and use that opinion and try to find sources that back up the opinion. And they kind of do. And you use that as like historical fact. I hate whenever people do that. There's so many instances of that too in historical world. Like I despise it. Why was the Bible so influential in European history? Oh God, we're gonna have to go back and talk about the Romans. Okay, so Rome owned pretty much all of Europe, right? At the time of the crucifixion, which would have been around the time that Christianity became a major religion in the Middle East. Christianity spread because, according to the Bible, all these people went out and started doing missionary trips, which we have some historical context for that being true because there are Bibles that we've discovered in Ethiopia that are from a way long time ago that match around the time that they say there was actually missionaries going down to, I forget what the name of the actual area is. It's in the Bible, though. But it's essentially Ethiopia, and there's Ethiopian Christians, and they speak Aramaic, and it's a very old sect of the religion. But fast forward a few hundred years, right? There's religious persecution, all this stuff. There's a guy named Constantine, and Constantine is one of the great emperors of Rome. And Constantine's mother is Christian, and she raises her son to be a Christian, and he is a Christian, and she gives him this thing called the Lance of Longinus, talking about the same guy, Longinus, by the way. It's the spear that supposedly stabbed Jesus in the side. It's given to him as a gift from his mother, as a way to cement his legacy to the new crowned Roman emperor, right? So he ends up establishing a church in Rome. He makes the entire Roman Empire Christian, and that is what makes Christianity so huge inside of Europe. Unlike the Muslim way that happened, which was in 600 AD, around that time, there was a mass conquest in the Middle East. That's what led to a lot of Muslim converts, right? Rome was more so just right now we're going to be a Christian empire, join up or not. And a lot of people did. Constantine was a very good emperor, comparatively speaking to some of the other ones like Caligula. But after Christians were given to the followers of Jesus. The name Christian. Yes, correct. Yep, correct. But so after he becomes the guy and he pushes that all out to the empire kind of just like goes with it. It becomes like a very influential part in their history. They kind of just roll with it for a few hundred years until their collapse, and then after that, Christianity had spread to a bunch of different barbarian tribes at that point. It spreads out even more due to a few hundred years after the fall of the Roman Empire. You have Charlemagne come up. Charlemagne's like the first Holy Roman Empire emperor, technically. He also has the Lance of Longinus, fun fact. And he becomes like the king of the Franks and the king of Lombardy and the king of Italy and like all these other places. And once he dies, all of his sons take like parts of his land, and so it spreads out a little more because they start conquering further east. And then the Byzantines break off from the Romans too at the fall of the Eastern Roman or the Western Roman Empire. So they have like their own sect. And there's like this thing called the Great Schism that happens in the some point. I forget what time frame that I want to say is like 9 to 1100 AD. I can't remember what time it is. But the Great Schism makes the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Catholic Church, which is not it's Eastern Orthodox, right? And their seat is in Istanbul or Constantinople at that time, but then becomes Istanbul. And then after the Ottomans take that over, it just doesn't have a seat anymore. But the Western Roman Empire does, and that's in the Vatican, Vatican City. And then just over time, it's just been like mass spreading of, the Bible and stuff like that. It just happens over time. Eventually, I think people just kind of grow up being taught stuff, and that's just why it's influential to them. But I think there is like some actual fervency that happened at the start, whenever Christianity was created, that actually gave rise to a lot of people kind of adopting it. It was like a new, exciting thing. It was very unique. They had a brand new book that was written about it. So it's interesting little thing. But I think that's why it's so influential, because it's sprouted from the roots of European history itself, which is Rome, realistically speaking. How much history do you think was lost due to religious intervention? All in all, a lot. So we had a lot of history that got lost due to non-religious intervention, right? So like whenever like the Huns and the Goths and all these other people start sacking Rome and they start burning all this stuff down, it burns down a lot of things. And it burns down buildings that have historical art pieces in them and famous things that are famous at the time in Rome, but nobody knows about now because they're gone. The Roman Catholic Church actually saves a lot of that stuff, thankfully. I got lost, my bad. You're good. But in terms of how much was religious intervention, I mean, religious intervention is still destroying stuff to this day. I can think of a lot of instances in the Middle East of things being destroyed by one group or another. Specifically, recently, ISIS was going through destroying ancient Babylonian artifacts and kind of just like breaking them up into pieces because they're anti-Muslim to them or whatever. And it becomes a thing of like we have to kind of save history at that point where it's like I feel like bad for not getting involved with stuff, especially when they're destroying actual historical stuff. To me, history is literally the story of mankind as a collective, right? And if you don't have the parts of your history that you need to remember, you're going to be doomed to repeat it as the thing goes. But it's also it's a travesty that for it to get lost in time. To me, I think one of the worst things that you can do is destroy things that are so unique in terms of culture, heritage, and history, and they're not replaceable because the people no longer exist or whatever. Especially the Babylonians, or maybe like the Aztecs or anyone like that. Like some of the stuff is never going to be even possible to recover. Like we've lost the knowledge about how to make Greek fire. We've lost the knowledge on how to actually make real Damascus steel. Damascus steel used to be one of the greatest ways to create arms ever, and we don't even have like the real version. We've made like some fake version now. We've lost tons and tons of evidence on people's familial history, and it becomes a problem whenever people start trying to research things and they don't have any answers for it because guess what? Somebody destroyed it somewhere along the way. We don't know who. Could have been religious, could have been not. Could have just been somebody goofing off and knocked something over and broke it. And there you go. I shudder to think actually about the amount of stuff that is left in like World War II veterans' homes that their children don't care about or know about, and they just throw out, or they sell, or they just get rid of it in some way or another. And I shudder to think about how much history has been lost because of that too. There's a lot of instances, but as far as religious intervention, I think a lot has been destroyed, but I think a lot has been kept as well. So I think it's depending on how you look at it, if it's a glass half full, glass half empty type of argument or discussion, I suppose. Anyways. Yeah, it really does depend. Like I said, with ISIS and stuff recently, that one's like very bare bones, like, oh yeah, that's definitely a like religious intervention like caused that. As far as like other things, like religious intervention also saved a lot of stuff, like I said with Rome, saved a lot of history, like a lot of history. Like ancient Roman texts that were then later used to like make advancements of technology during the Middle Ages. I hate the term the Dark Ages. It's such a silly, antiquated term. Like it means absolutely nothing. And the guy who like penned it was like this Renaissance philosopher who like just assumed there was no like information or anything that kind of like changed during that time, which is not true at all. There's been massive changes throughout that time period that they call the Dark Ages. Intentional altering of facts. Oh, I think there's plenty of that for sure. I think you get a lot of mythos about I mean, Al-Walid's like the prime example, right? Like, how much of that was actually altered, we don't really know. I think there's probably a substantial amount of history that is, like for example, how the Bible was altered over the course of time to follow people's political views. Yeah, and that's why there's so many different versions of the Bible too, right? There's original Hebrew version of it, because we do have original versions of the Bible too. And there are examples of people actually weaponizing the Bible and changing things to fit their narrative. That's why different religious sects exist, and that's also why different Bibles exist too. Same thing is used for, I think it's the Talmud and the Quran, or like the two other ones for like the Abrahamic religions. Like I don't think a lot of people know even about how many changes that Islam and Judaism kind of went through in that time frame between whenever Christianity was made and between when Islam was created. Like Judaism had like a huge reform because of Jesus's like way he was kind of like telling the Jews in Israel, like, hey, you're not really following the rules of it. My dad said. The Dead Sea Scroll Bible. If I recall, this is the original scripts of the Bible. Yeah, there's something about the Dead Sea Scrolls. I think somebody said that they were false or something. I don't know. But there are other versions of it. Like Aramaic Bibles exist. And like I said, there's evidence of that from Ethiopia. And Aramaic Bibles are like the original things that were translated from Hebrew. So there's some, at least some copies of like the original text that people can use now. And the good thing about living in modern times, right? We have freedom of information and the freedom to access that information. So if you wanted to research that or go into it and actually find all of it, you definitely can now. I am concerned. Yeah, I mean, altering of facts on a religious standpoint. I mean, Salem witch trials is a good example. Though that's not just religious, that was also like more motivated for like husbands and wives getting mad at each other and stuff like that, which is crazy to me. And there's so many examples of it. Ibn al-Walid, you've got the Longinus thing. I'm sure there's some text for Hinduism and Buddhism as well that is like altering like what actually happened with stuff. Like the whole story behind Buddhism is like this guy named Siddhartha Gautama, who was like a prince in India, went out to the forest and kind of like starved himself for like 100 days and then became like very thin to the point he could like be seen through, and he reached nirvana or whatever, like enlightenment or whatever it is. It's like a very interesting story. I wonder how long it actually was. Like how long did he actually stay out there for? Or did he actually do the 100 days? And that'd be impressive. He obviously had to eat something. He probably ate like grass or something like that. Something very small. It's really the view of the individuals and how people misuse it and all. Yeah, true. Yeah. I'm not saying that anything about this is like 100% concrete evidence. Don't take everything I say as 100% face value. You also need to research it yourself. That's what I tell everybody. I might know a lot about history, but I also know that the most important thing about history is getting things right. And if I'm wrong, you should point me out for it. And you should point and laugh. Okay, maybe not laugh. That would be kind of mean. But if you do see or hear something that I say that's wrong, you should call someone out for it. And I preach that every time I do like a PowerPoint or anything. If I'm presenting something and you don't, if you don't know the answer to it or you think that I'm wrong about it, you should always, 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 you should always fact check somebody about history. I am adamant about that fact. If you do not fact check people about history, you're going to let people tell you things that are absolutely wrong, and it's not good. We should let teacher rest now. I'm good. I'm okay. Well, let's see. I got like another 7 minutes in me, surely. I actually need to go to Yap Stream and ask him QN about history. Oh, a question about history. Would you lie to us, Max? I would never. Not purposefully, at least. I don't want to fact check. Bro. I definitely would not lie to people on purpose. That would be disingenuous and against what I stand for as a person and also as a history teacher and lover. I hate whenever people lie about stuff like that. It's awful. It's horrible. I was watching some fucking TikTok where this guy was like talking about John Paul II, like Pope John Paul II. He was like going through and like saying like John Paul II like sold Zyklon B to like Germany during World War II or something crazy like that. I was like, dude, John Paul II wasn't a fucking missionary whenever he was like 16 years old. There's no fucking way he sold Zyklon B. That's literally impossible. That makes no sense. And there was like this guy on TikTok had like 50,000 likes on this post. I was like, why? Like what facts did he share? He didn't even share any like sources or evidence on any of this. You just take it at face value because it's a TikTok post. Like, it's so stupid. I hate it. It's the worst kind of. We live in an information age, and you would think that people would be smarter, but sometimes they're not. They fall for things a lot, especially older people. But sorry to get my last drink of water there. All right. Okay, that's enough yapping for now. I think I am gonna end stream here. So I'm gonna put on my glasses. Sorry, Ella, I need my glasses back. I gotta put them on so I can see. All right, let's see who is live, baby. Who is live, baby? Who is live, baby? All right. Let's see here. Where is my control? Thanks for the app. Yeah, of course, anytime. There you go, teach. What? What? There you go, teach. What? Are you showing me something? What? What's happening? What did I do? What did I do? But yeah, if you guys like the content, or you wanted to see me do or cover anything, I do have a suggestion box down below for you all specifically. I also have a little Discord link if you'd like to come and chat about history or anything in particular. I'm also open to strategy games or just talking in general. If you guys need any advice on anything, or just want to have a chat and say hi, whatever, you can join our Discord right there. Also, if you would like to follow me on any of my socials, my YouTube will have a new video up by the end of the week. I promise this time. I told myself I was going to finish it this week. You can follow me on Twitter, X, or, well, Twitter and X are the same thing. You can follow me on YouTube or Twitter. Outside of that, if you would like to join us for a raid, I would like for you to do raid 1, please. Or if you're a subscriber, wait, I think I'm up. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Hang on 1 second. Sorry. 1 second. Don't copy that one. Don't copy that one. Don't copy that. Wait. Wait. All right. There we go. That one. That's the one. The one I just sent. That's the one. You should copy that one. We're going to go check someone to raid now. If you have any suggestions for anything that you want me to cover, you can always ask me in Discord or in a private message. If you'd like to collaborate or anything like that, you can also do that in my DMs or whatever. Suggestion box down below if you have any suggestions. For anything that I can improve on my content, I would always be happy to know how I can reach out to more people. Raid the app, maybe. Let me check and see who's on real quick. Thank you, Iki. Posture check. Yes, ma'am. Oh, and water. Oh, I think I have a little bit of water left. Ooh, you were lucky. You almost missed the last drop. Oof, that would have been awful. All right, let's see here. Is the app live right now? Oh. Let's check. Let's check who we got here. Go to YouTube. Who am I following? Let's see. Lomawi. Leo. Fenari. Who the hell is Fenari? Bruh. I get subscribed to random people. This is ridiculous. I hate this. Yep, Yap is live at the moment. Okay, do you guys want to go watch some art? Some artsy fartsy stuff? Or you guys want to keep with history? Either one's fine with me. I don't care. I need to know though. Someone. Anyone. You have 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Otherwise, I'm gonna click whoever. Historic, artsy, fartsy. You can't pick both. I can't raid 2 people at once. That's splitting the party, and we never split the party. That's the first rule of D&D. The second rule of D&D is always to split the party, so maybe I will. But I want both. Well, maybe I'll do an art stream next time. Maybe if people show some interest in the art stream and I can find a topic that is very interesting and engaging, I'll be going to Yap after this anyways. Alright, well, let's see. Yeah, okay, I'll do Yap since he was in here earlier. It's fine. No big deal. Alright, we're gonna go raid Mr. Yap. So I'm gonna start the raid. I want you all to have a lovely rest of your week. I love you all. Thank you all so much for all the support and everything. To you guys, please take care of yourselves over the weekend. I'll be back on Saturdays, and I will... Oh no, not art history. Yeah, I know, right? I will be back on Saturday to stream as always. I don't know what I'm going to be playing. Maybe some more Hearts of Iron 4. I have no idea. But please, if you don't mind, spam that raid message into my boy Yap's comments. And as always, I love you all, and you all are my heroes. Have a great rest of your night.
Watch us struggle.
Hello, Max Forge. Oh no, my fear actually came true. I was like, man, I hope Max Forge doesn't come by, because if Max does, he's gonna be like, hi, remember that quiz? And I was like, shit, now I can't do a secret thing. So hello, thank you so much. If you don't know. Oh,
Thank
my
you for
face.
the
I
follow,
haven't done
Jet
anything.
420 PVCK. Have a cat test
shut
tip
up,
day.
Shut the fuck up! I don't need this. Wait. Also, remember that swear jar. I swear 25 times. Not bad. I think if I had a swear jar, it would go up to the hundreds. Like you see my counters right here. So the challenge today is let us try to finish Hollow Knight while trying to beat this counter. Yeah, right there. The counter right there. My squats, my sit-ups, my planks, all right there. So, wait. Thank you so much for the raid, by the way, Max. I have a meme for you. I saved this meme just for you. So, I don't usually do this, but I think it will be a funny time to share you a meme of how I feel during Max Forge hard work and the class that he takes. And it's not that I don't care.